Chapter 26. The Lost Labyrinth of Egypt in the far reaches of ancient Egypt, beyond the familiar sands of the Nile and past the grand pyramids of Giza, there lies a tale as old as the pharaohs themselves, a tale of a labyrinth shrouded in mystery and myth, known in whispers and recorded by the ancient historian Herodotus. The labyrinth was said to be a grand structure, a marvel of engineering with endless passages and innumerable chambers, each more mystifying than the last. Its walls, he wrote, were adorned with inscriptions of unfathomable beauty, and complexity columns reached up like the arms of giants, leading travelers into halls echoing with the secrets of a lost world. Yet for all its glory, the labyrinth's true location remains elusive, buried somewhere in the sands of history centuries ago. During Egypt's golden age, there were rumors of an underground complex that stretched for miles beneath the surface. This wasn't just a maze, it was a fortress of memory, a temple of wisdom, and a vault of power. Ancient records describe the labyrinth as a place where priests, scholars came to converse with the gods. And the labyrinth was more than stone and mortar. It was a realm guarded by intricate traps, hidden mechanisms, and mysterious forces that protected its sacred knowledge from unworthy eyes. The labyrinth was said to be built by King Imhotep of the 12th dynasty, a ruler obsessed with the mysteries of life and death, believing that the labyrinth was his ultimate legacy. Menam had commissioned the most skilled architects, artisans, and mathematicians from across his empire. It was designed not just as a monument to his reign, but as a passageway to the afterlife, a place where his spirit could transcend the boundaries of mortality. His court astrologers aligned the labyrinth with the stars, mapping its corridors to mirror the constellations. Above love, they believed that anyone who dared enter would have to be worthy of understanding both the heavens and the earth. As the story goes on, Hut's vision was realized in a complex that defied logic. The labyrinth sprawled over 2 levels, one above ground and one below above ground. The structure was grand and intimidating, with towering columns and massive stone doors, but the true mystery lay below, where chambers were carved deep into the rock, interconnected by passageways that seemed to fold back on themselves. Some say there were doors that opened only on specific days of the year, when the sun hit them at just the right angle, revealing hidden rooms that no one had entered for centuries. But over time, the location of the labyrinth faded from memory. Egypt fell under the rule of new dynasties, and foreign powers rose and fell. The labyrinth's secrets were forgotten, buried under the sands as the Nile shifted course and cities crumbled. Explorers, archaeologists, and treasure hunters have combed the Egyptian deserts for centuries, desperate to uncover the labyrinth's resting place. Some claim cold to have found fragments, scattered stones, or inscriptions that hinted at its existence. Others believe the labyrinth was hidden by the gods themselves, concealed by forces beyond mortal comprehension. One particular story tells of a 19th century explorer named William Carter, who dedicated his life to finding the labyrinth. Driven by Herodotus' accounts, Carr pored over ancient maps and manuscripts, scouring every scrap of information he could find. He even consulted local Bedouin tribes who spoke of a cursed place far to the west, where strange lights flickered over the desert at night. But despite his fervor, Carter's search led only to dead ends. One scorching summer, he ventured deeper into the desert than ever before. Days passed without word from him, and when his guides returned to the village, they came alone with tales of strange voices on the wind and visions of endless winding tunnels they insisted that the labyrinth had swallowed, Carter taking him as payment for disturbing its sacred grounds. Then in the early 20th century, a team of French archaeologists, led by Professor Claude Marcella, claimed to have found a partial structure beneath the sands near Hawara, an ancient site believed to be near the labyrinth. As they excavated, they discovered walls that appeared to be part of an elaborate network of chambers and halls. Intricately carved stones and inscriptions hinted at something vast and hidden. But then, without warning, the project was abandoned. Marcellin returned to France, refusing to speak of his findings. His journals were filled with scribbles and half-legible entries, describing strange occurrences, unexplained shadows, a faint humming that seemed to emanate from the walls, and dreams that haunted him long after he left Egypt. Some say he was cursed that the labyrinth reached out across continents to silence him, preserving its secrets even in his mind. Generations have passed, yet the allure of the labyrinth remains undiminished. Scholars debate whether Herodotus' account was a mere exaggeration, an elaborate myth, or a genuine description of something beyond our understanding. Archaeologists wonder if there might still be chambers beneath the sands waiting to be uncovered. Yet some believe the labyrinth may exist in a dimension outside our own, a place that only reveals itself to those it deems worthy. Imagine, if you will, the labyrinth as it might have appeared in ancient times. As the sun set over the desert, the labyrinth's entrance glowed in the dying light, an invitation to the brave and the curious. The air would have been thick with incense, the sounds of chanting echoing from within as priests prepared for their nightly rituals. Inside, the walls were covered in carvings of gods and creatures, ancient hieroglyphs, recounting histories and secrets. Torches lined the corridors, casting long flickering shadows that seemed to dance and move with a life of their own. Some chambers were rumored to hold ancient relics, artifacts of power that could grant wisdom or curses to those who touched them. Then there were the traps, meticulously designed to ensnare intruders. Legends say that the labyrinth was filled with doors that opened into pits of darkness, steps that led nowhere, and mechanisms that sealed behind trespassers leaving them to wander the maze forever. Some chambers were filled with sand held back by the most delicate of levers, ready to flood the space at the slightest misstep. And in the center of it all there was said to be a room like no other, a grand hall where Amhat's spirit resided, his essence bound to the labyrinth, watching over his creation for all eternity. Even today, what our whispers of the labyrinth persist. Local tales speak of an eerie silence that falls over the desert near its supposed location, of strange sounds that carry on the wind. A group of modern explorers, equipped with cutting-edge technology, once attempted to find the labyrinth. They used ground-penetrating radar, drones, and satellite images, yet every time they thought they had found a lead, their equipment malfunctioned. Maps turned inaccurate, and the desert seemed to shift beneath their feet. Some returned shaken, insisting that they had seen visions of corridors and chambers, while others refused to speak of their experience altogether. Perhaps the labyrinth doesn't want to be found. Perhaps it's a guardian of ancient knowledge, protecting secret that humankind isn't ready to understand. Or maybe it's a reminder of our own limits, a lesson that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, lingering just beyond the edge of our understanding, as eternal and untouchable as the desert sands. And so the lost labyrinth of Egypt waits. It waits in the shifting sands and the silent nights and the ancient memories of those who have come before. It's a place of wonder and dread, a monument to a time when the world was full of mysteries, and the line between the mortal and the divine was thin. For now it remains hidden, a story passed down through generations, a haunting reminder that some paths should perhaps never be taken, and that some doors once opened may never close again. Chapter 27, The Enigma of the Shroud of Turin, 51. An ancient artifact, tattered, worn, and fragile, known as the Shroud of Turin. This cloth, veiled in mystery and worshipped by millions, holds an image that has sparked centuries of debate and speculation. Etched faintly into its fibers is the likeness of a man, his body marked by what seemed to be wounds, his face serene yet solemn to some. This is a powerful relic of the Christian faith, believed to be the burial shroud of Jesus Christ himself. For others, it is a puzzle, a haunting remnant from the past, bearing a message yet to be understood. In a dimly lit chapel in Turin, Italy, where is now stored, people from around the world gather in reverence, gazing at the faded image on the cloth. The shroud's material is old, made from linen, the kind used in ancient burial cloths, but its fabric isn't what draws people in it, is the faint outline of a man who appears to have suffered, his arms crossed peacefully over his body wounds. Visible on his hands, feet, and side, the image has a ghostly quality, appearing almost photographic, as if captured by a process lost to time scientists. Historians and believers alike have struggled to understand how this image was made one of the earliest. Accounts of the shroud comes from the 14th century, though some believe it existed long before. That the image's origins, however, are veiled in uncertainty. There are theories that play it in the hands of the Knights Templar who may have safeguarded it after the Crusades. Other stories say it was kept in hidden shrines passed down by secret societies and guarded as a relic of unfathomable importance. And then there are those who claim the shroud appeared suddenly, as if from nowhere, a relic untouched by human hands bearing an image created by forces beyond our comprehension. In the 1970s, a team of scientists from the Shroud of Turin research project known as STURP embarked on a meticulous examination of the cloth they used, advanced equipment to analyze every inch of it, scrutinizing fibers, studying stains, and documenting the images. Unique characteristics: the faint sepia-toned image on the shroud, puzzled element board, no brush, strokes, no pigments that might have been painted on by a medieval artist. The scientists theorized that it was created by some unknown process, perhaps involving a burst of radiation or unknown reaction within the cloth itself. Some argued that the image was scorched onto the linen as if by a sudden intense flash of light, yet even after years of analysis stirs, research yielded more questions than answers, leaving the true origin of the image a mystery. As science wrestled with the mystery, others turned to history for clues. Medieval records mention a cloth believed to bear the likeness of Christ's face. Some accounts place it in Edessa, a city in ancient Mesopotamia, while others link it to Constantinople, where it was said to have been displayed in churches during holy festivals. And then there are stories that trace it to France, where it surfaced in the possession of a noble family, displayed in a small church in Lay. Was this the same cloth that became the Shroud of Turin, or could it have been one of many relics created as testaments of faith during the Middle Ages? One of the most compelling aspects of the shroud's mystery is its peculiar image. When viewed normally, the faint image is barely visible, but when viewed as a negative, every detail is brought into striking clarity, revealing a lifelike impression of a man whose wounds align with those described in the accounts of Christ's crucifixion. His hands show markings consistent with nails. His head bears traces of punctures that could indicate a crown of thorns in his side, shows what could be a wound from a lance for believers. These signs are undeniable proof of the shroud's sacred origin, a physical connection to the suffering of Christ to skeptics. They are symbols skillfully crafted to inspire faith. In the 1980s, a sample of the shroud was sent for carbon dating, a test that would become one of the most controversial in the history of archaeology. The results dated the cloth to the Middle Ages around 1260 to 1390, suggesting that it could not have been from the time of Christ. But these findings were met with immediate debate and resistance. Critics argued that the shroud may have been contaminated by centuries of handling, exposure to fire, and attempts at present observation, all of which could have skewed the carbon dating. Some even suggested that the sample taken for testing was from a later repair, not the original cloth, a theory that remains hotly debated to this day. Beyond science and history, there is something intangible about the shroud, something that speaks to the human soul. Artists, philosophers, and poets have been drawn to its mysterious aura, seeing in it a bridge between the earthly and the divine. For believers, the shroud transcends its physical form. It is a relic that has survived wars, fires, and skepticism, a testament to enduring faith. Pilgrims come from around the world, some with hopes of healing others Seeking a moment of quiet reflection in its presence, they whisper prayers like less and gaze at the image, each person finding something different in its silent, haunting gaze. Then there are those who suggest the shroud holds secrets we have yet to decipher. Some claim that hidden within its fibers are patterns that reveal codes or messages locked away for future generations. To unlock this theory has inspired cryptologists and scholars who have examined the she crow's dimensions and markings. Searching for mathematical relationships and hidden symbols, they argue that the shroud was crafted with purpose, that each fold, each line, each imperfection carries meaning. Whether these theories hold any truth or are simply born of our desire to understand, to make sense of the unknown, remains unclear. The Shroud of Turin endures as one of history's great enigmas. It stands at the crossroads of faith, science, and mystery, defying the certainty of each while drawing strength from all. To some, it is a relic of profound importance, a tangible link to the divine. To others, it is a puzzle waiting to be solved, an invitation to explore the boundaries of knowledge. And perhaps in the end, the true meaning of the shroud lies not in what we can prove, but in what we choose to believe. In the flickering candlelight of the Turin Cathedral, as the faithful kneel before it and scholars debate its secrets, the shroud remains as it always has, silent, steadfast, a witness to countless prayers, questions, and dreams. Its faded image tells no tales, yet it inspires stories in all who see it, stories of wonder, doubt, and the endless search for answers that lie just beyond the reach of human understanding. Chapter 28: The timeless mystery of the Great Sphinx of Giza. Beneath the burning sun of the Giza Plateau, a silent guardian watches over the desert, its eyes fixed on the horizon as it has been for millennia. This is the Great Sphinx, a creature of stone and mystery carved from the bedrock of ancient Egypt. Its powerful lion's body is crowned with the face of a man, believed by many to represent a pharaoh, a god, or perhaps something even older, something beyond human understanding. The Sphinx's sheer size is staggering at over 240 feet long and 66 feet high. It looms over the desert like a monument from another age, watching over the pyramids as if it were the key to a forgotten history. For centuries, the Sphinx has been a symbol of Egypt's grandeur, its age-old mysteries drawing scholars, adventurers, and dreamers alike. But despite all that has been written, studied, and excavated, questions about the Sphinx endure. Chief among them is the mystery of its age. Conventional wisdom, based on studies of the surrounding monuments, places its construction during the reign of Pharaoh Khafre around 2500 BCE, but some believe the Sphinx is far older than the pyramids. It guards its origins buried in a prehistoric past. The first hints of this since mysterious age come from the erosion patterns on its body in the 1990s. Geologist Robert Schoch, an expert in weathering and erosion, studied the Sphinx and concluded that the weathering on its body and enclosure was consistent with prolonged exposure to heavy rain. But this theory raised a compelling question. The last time the Giza Plateau saw significant rainfall was thousands of years before CFA Sedgwick, suggesting that the Sphinx could date back to a time when Egypt was a lush green land. Could it be that the Sphinx was built in a forgotten age, an age that predates even the earliest known civilizations? Adding to the mystery, there are no inscriptions on the Sphinx that confirm its age or original purpose. The Sphinx is unique among Egyptian monuments in its lack of a definitive identity, an enigma that has confounded scholars for centuries. If it was indeed built by Khafre, why does the Sphinx stand alone without the usual inscriptions that proclaim the power and legacy of the pharaoh? Ancient records mention no grand ceremony or construction project related to the Sphinx as they do for the pyramids. It stands nameless and silent, leaving modern historians to wonder, was it built by another culture, another people whose memory has faded from history? Some ancient texts mention a figure known as the Watcher of the Horizon, a mysterious figure associated with the power to guard against chaos and protect the sacred land. These texts suggest the existence of a guardian deity who stood watch over ape lands, a deity older than any. Pharaoh, could the Sphinx be this ancient guardian, a relic of a time when gods walked the earth and humankind lived in awe of the forces of nature? The ancient Egyptians were known to repurpose older monuments, adopting them into their own spiritual landscape. It is possible that the Sphinx was once such a monument, absorbed into the Egyptian culture, but originating from an even older civilization. Legends from ancient Egypt hinted secrets hidden beneath the Sphinx. Greek historian Herodotus wrote of a network of underground passages and chambers leading to rumors of a hall of records, a mythical archive said to contain the knowledge of an advanced civilization lost to time over the centuries. Explorers and mystics alike have searched for these hidden chambers, convinced that beneath the Sphinx lies a treasure of wisdom waiting to be rediscovered in modern times. Ground penetrating radar has detected anomalies under the Sphinx's pores, suggesting the presence of voids or chambers, but despite numerous attempts, no excavations have revealed their contents, and the Egyptian authorities have guarded the Sphinx, closely wary of disturbing such a sacred site. Another enigma lies in the Sphinx's gaze, aligned precisely along the east-west axis. The Sphinx stares directly at the rising sun during the equinoxes. This alignment hints at an understanding of celestial cycles, suggesting that whoever built the Sphinx possessed advanced knowledge of astronomy. Some theorists propose that the Sphinx may have served as a marker for an ancient astronomical observatory, tracking the movements of the stars and guiding early civilizations in their agricultural and spiritual practices. It's possible that the Sphinx's alignment was meant to honor a specific constellation, perhaps the constellation Leo, which some believe mirrors the Sphinx's form. If this theory holds true, the Sphinx could be not just a monument, but a symbol of cosmic significance tied to the movements of the heavens. Then there is the question of the Sphinx's face. It has suffered from erosion in time, making it difficult to determine the identity of the figure. It represents, many believe, it is a depiction of Pharaoh Khafre, the builder of the second pyramid at Giza. But others argue that the face doesn't match CFA's likeness, noting that it has distinct features more reminiscent of an earlier dynasty or even a different culture. Altogether, some experts have suggested that the Sphinx's face may have been carved and recarved over the centuries, its original features lost to history. Perhaps it was once the face of a god, a divine protector, that watched over a forgotten kingdom as night falls over the Giza plateau. The Sphinx takes on an almost otherworldly quality. Under the stars, its silhouette becomes a shadow from a time beyond memory, a silent reminder of a world long past. It has watched the rise and fall of empires, the passage of countless generations, each leaving behind only fragments of their story. The Sphinx has endured the ravages of time, the sands of the desert, slowly wearing away its features as if it too is returning to the earth, its secrets slowly dissolving back into the land. Today, the Great Sphinx of Giza stands as one of the last great mysteries of ancient Egypt. We may never know for certain who built it, when, or why yet. The history itself has a purpose, sparking our curiosity, challenging our understanding of history, and inviting us to imagine a world far different from our own. It serves as a bridge between the known and the unknown, a reminder of the vastness of time and the fragility of human memory. Some believe that the Sphinx holds within it the story of an age when humanity's ancestors walked art, now forgotten, guided by forces we have yet to understand. Others see it as a testament to human ingenuity, a marvel of ancient craftsmanship that has withstood millennia, and perhaps the true answer lies somewhere in between, waiting to be discovered. Or maybe, just maybe, it's a mystery the Sphinx itself guards, knowing that some secrets are meant to remain in the silence of the desert hidden beneath layers of stone and time. Chapter 29. The giants of Sardinia. On the rugged island of Sardinia, where the land meets the endless expanse of the Mediterranean, Sea legends whisper of a forgotten race beings of extraordinary size and strength who once roamed the island's hills and valleys. The Sardinians call them I Giganti, the giants, and their story has been passed down for generations, woven into the island's folklore and culture. Some say the giants built massive stone structures, known today as giants' tombs, to honor their dead. Others believe they were protectors of ancient knowledge, guardians of secrets now lost to time, yet despite the tales and a handful of archaeological finds, the truth about the giants of Sardinia remains elusive. The story begins with the giants' tombs themselves scattered across Sardinia. These enigmatic structures are some of the island's most mysterious monuments. Each tomb is an imposing work of stone, carefully arranged in elongated shapes and often topped with towering stones that loom over the surrounding landscape. Some of these stones stand as high as 13 feet, their surfaces etched with symbols that have yet to be fully understood. The tombs are like silent sentinels enduring the passage of time and guarding the memories of those who came before local law. Insist that these were the burial places of giant creatures so large that the tombs had to be built to house their colossal bodies. Archaeologists who have studied these tombs describe them as megalithic structures built by the Nuragic civilization, an ancient culture that thrived on Sardinia thousands of years ago. The Nuragic people left behind stone towers, settlements, and structures that baffle modern researchers, but despite extensive excavations, no definitive evidence of giants has been uncovered. Skeletal remains found in these tombs are human in size, yet the legends persist, fueled by reports of unusually large bones and strange artifacts said to have been discovered on the island and quietly whisked away. The tales of giants have deep roots in Sardinian folklore, stretching back to a time when memory and myth intertwined. Atsiki, according to legend, the giants were an ancient race that lived in harmony with the people of the island, helping them build massive stone structures and defending them from invaders. Some say the giants were wise and peaceful, using their great strength to move stones that no human could lift, shaping the land with a reverence for nature. Others tell darker stories of giants who became tyrants, demanding tribute and sacrifices from the island's inhabitants. These giants were said to have been defeated in a great battle, their remains entombed in the mountains and valleys, hidden from prying eyes throughout Sardinia. There are sites that seem to hold echoes of these ancient stories. In the rugged countryside near the village of Auli stands a towering Nuragic structure known as Sunchi. It's a fortress-like construction made of massive stones, some weighing several tons, stacked to form walls that rise high into the air. Archaeologists believe Sunchi served as a central stronghold for the Nuragic people, but local legend claims it was once a gathering place for giants where they would hold council and deliberate the fate of the island. Visitors to Sunaraxi often remark on the strange energy of the place, as if the stones themselves remember a time when beings of immense strength walked among them. And then there are the whispered stories of archaeological discoveries, tales of giant skeletons uncovered by farmers or excavators working the land. According to these accounts, oversized bones and skull were found in remote parts of the island, only to be taken away by mysterious officials, leaving locals to wonder if the truth about the giants was being hidden. Some say that a skull was once found with eye sockets so large that a fist could fit inside, and that femur bones were unearthed measuring nearly twice the length of an average human bone. These discoveries, however, remain unverified, fueling speculation and conspiracy theories about an ancient cover-up. Are these stories the result of overactive imaginations, or is there something more to them, something that lies beyond our understanding? One of the most intriguing aspects of the legend is the unique connection between the giants' tombs and Sardinia's landscape. The tombs are often aligned with celestial events, positioned to catch the light of the solstice, or arranged in patterns that mirror constellations. Some researchers suggest that these alignments indicate an advanced understanding of astronomy, a knowledge that may have been passed down from a civilization lost to history. In Sardinian mythology, it is said that the giants were descendants of the stars, born from a union between the earth and the heavens. Their wisdom, the legends claim, was otherworldly, a gift from the cosmos that allowed them to build monuments that defy explanation. The island's oldest inhabitants, its shepherds and farmers, still speak of places where the giants are said to rest in remote valleys and hidden caves. There are sites considered sacred places that are believed to hold the remain of these ancient beings. Some locals refuse to venture near these spots, believing them to be cursed or guarded by spirits. There are stories of people who tried to disturb the tombs only to fall ill or meet with misfortune shortly after, whether out of superstition or reverence. The people of Sardinia have long held a respect for these sites, treating them as remnants of a history that is both powerful and mysterious. Adding to the intrigue is the unique neuragic art, some of which features large figures with elongated limbs and heads towering over other human-like figures. Depicted alongside them were these figures meant to represent the giants, preserved in stone by the very people who lived among them? Or were they symbolic representations of gods or spirit that the neuragic people worshipped? Scholars have debated this question for years, yet no definitive answer has emerged to the people of Sardinia. These figures are reminders of a time when the world was filled with wonders, when giants walked the earth and the lines between myth and reality were thin. Today, visitors to Sardinia can explore the giants' tombs and neuragic site. Standing before stones that have weathered thousands of years, it's an eerie experience knowing that these structures were built with a precision that suggests more than simple human effort. As you walk among the ancient stones, you can almost feel the presence of those who came before the laborers, the builders, and perhaps, just perhaps, the giants themselves. The giants off Sardinia remain a mystery that straddles the realms of legend and archaeology. Theories about their existence vary widely, from beliefs in an ancient race of humans with extraordinary height and strength to ideas that these giants were not giants at all, but beings of spiritual or mystical power. Some speculate that the giants were an early species of hominids, a lost branch of humanity that left behind find only faint traces of their existence. Others believe they were supernatural entities, guardians placed on Sardinia by forces beyond human understanding. Whether the giants ever truly existed or is simply the product of myth and imagination, their legend has become an indelible part of Sardinia's identity. The stories of giants serve as a bridge between the present and the past, connecting the island's modern inhabitants to a time when the world was larger, wilder, and filled with possibilities beyond our comprehension. They remind us that history is not always clear-cut, that some mysteries are meant to linger, keeping alive the thrill of wonder and the quest for knowledge. So as the sun sets over Sardinia's ancient stones, casting long shadows across the giants' tombs, the spirit of the giants endures, woven into the land itself. They are the silent watchers, the keepers of a history that may never be fully uncovered, and the inspiration for a legend that refuses to fade. Chapter 30, The Lost Knowledge of the Piri. Reis map in the archives of Istanbul, preserved among centuries-old documents and treasures of the Ottoman Empire, lies a remarkable artifact, a map, drawn on a delicate piece of gazelle skin parchment, known as the Piri Reis map. This map, created in 1513 by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis, presents a view of the world that has puzzled scholars, historians, and cartographers for generations. It is a map of continents, coastlines, and lands, both known and unknown, a map that seems to reach beyond its time and place with a strange and unexplained accuracy at first glance. The Piri Reis map appears much like other maps of the age. It outlines the coasts of Europe, North Africa, and parts of the Americas, with notes written in flowing Ottoman Turkish explaining various geographical features and the sources Reis used to compile the map. But as one studies the details, it becomes clear that this is no ordinary 16th century map, the level of precision with which it depicts the South American coastline, especially areas that European explorers had barely charted, defies the knowledge and technology of its time even more. Curious, the map suggests an understanding of regions far to the south beyond the limits of known exploration, hinting at a world that would not be fully mapped for centuries. According to Reis himself, the map was drawn based on numerous sources. His notes indicate that he used charts from the men of the sea and ancient maps from explorers. Long forgotten among his sources, he claimed, were maps that dated back to the time of Alexander the Great, suggesting that he was drawing from knowledge passed down through the ages. But what exactly were these sources, and how could they depict lands that were supposedly unknown to the people of the 16th century? One of the most intriguing aspects of the PRAS map is its depiction of what appears to be the coast of Antarctica, a continent that was officially discovered and mapped only in the early 19th century. What's more, the coastline is shown without the thick ice sheet that now covers Antarctica, suggesting that it represents the continent as it might have appeared thousands of years ago, before it was blanketed by ice. This observation has led some researchers to speculate that the map is based on an incredibly ancient source, one that predates known human history. But if this is true, how could such knowledge have survived? Was there a lost civilization with advanced seafaring abilities, one that mapped the world with an accuracy rivaling modern technology? Some theorists have suggested that the Piri race map is evidence of a forgotten chapter of human history, an era when ancient seafarers charted the globe and recorded their knowledge in maps that have since been lost to time. They believe that the map may be a remnant of a highly advanced civilization, perhaps even one that lived before the rise of the civilizations we know, like the Egyptians, Sumerians, and Greeks. This idea has sparked the imaginations of those who believe in the possibility of ancient lost knowledge civilizations that rose and fell long before the dawn of recorded history. Skeptics, of course, have proposed other explanations. They argue that the map's unusual accuracy could be the result of educated guesses or distortions caused by the map-making techniques of the time. But even so, questions remain. The Piri race map depicts part of South America in remarkable detail, including the Amazon River and regions far to the south, which were largely unknown to European explorers. In 1513, how did Piri race obtain this knowledge? And what about his claims of ancient sources maps that dated back to the time of Alexander? Were these ancient maps simply inventions of his imagination, or did they truly exist hidden away in forgotten libraries waiting to be discovered? Adding to the intrigue is the fact that the Piri race map is only a fragment of what was once a larger world map. The surviving piece shows only a portion of the Western Hemisphere, from Spain and North Africa to Brazil, and the southern tip of South America. The missing sections may have depicted other parts of the world, perhaps with similar detail and accuracy. What might they have revealed? Did they contain additional mysteries, further insights into the geography of a world barely understood at the time? The thought of what has been lost to history maps, texts, and knowledge that we may never recover is enough to inspire endless speculation. Piri Reis himself was a fascinating figure. As an admiral of the Ottoman Empire, he was an accomplished navigator and cartographer, respected for his knowledge of the seas. His naval career took him across the Mediterranean and into the waters of the Indian Ocean, where he encountered sailors, merchants, and explorers from distant lands. It's possible that his travels and interactions with other seafarers exposed him to knowledge from cultures beyond Europe and the Ottoman Empire, knowledge that had been passed down through generations. But even if he gathered information from a variety of sources, how could he account for regions of the world that, as far as we know, had not yet been explored? The map itself is a masterpiece of cartographic skill, a testament to Reis's expertise and ambition. Its lines and curves are drawn with precision, and its annotations reveal a careful attention to detail. The map features not only coastlines, but also detailed descriptions of various regions, including notes on navigation, trade routes, and even peculiarities of local wildlife. It is more than a map. It is a record of the known world, and perhaps of a world that has been forgotten in recent years. Modern scholars and enthusiasts have continued to study the Piri Reis map, using technology to analyze its features in ways that Piri Reis could never have imagined. Satellite imagery, digital mapping software, and geological surveys have all been applied to understand the map's unusual characteristics. Some researchers believe that the map aligns with actual geographical data in ways that are too accurate to be mere coincidence. Others, however, argue that the apparent accuracy is simply a result of artistic interpretation, that the shapes of coastlines and land masses were drawn with a mixture of observation and imagination. Yet, despite the advances in technology, the Piri Reis map remains as mysterious as ever. Its origins, its sources, and the purpose behind its creation continue to inspire debate and fascination. Was it a genuine attempt to compile all known knowledge of the time? Or was it something more? Did it serve a purpose beyond navigation, a relic of knowledge passed down from an ancient world? Or was it simply the work of a skilled admiral drawing on the best information available to him, blending fact and legend into a map that captured the spirit of exploration? As we look upon the Piri Reis map today, we see more than a piece of parchment. We see a doorway to an age of mystery and discovery, an age when the world was still a place of wonder, filled with unknown lands and hidden truths. The map challenges our understanding of history, reminding us that the past is not always as straightforward as we imagine. It invites us to consider the possibility that there is still much we do not know, that the world may hold secrets that have yet to be revealed in the dim light of the Istanbul archives, where the map rests among the relics of the past. The Piri Reis map remains a silent witness to a world of exploration and mystery. Its lines and symbols tell a story, but one that is only partially understood, and perhaps that is the true magic of the Piri Reis map, that it has kept its secrets, that it continues to inspire wonder and curiosity, drawing us into a world where the boundaries of knowledge are not yet fully defined, and where the unknown beckons just beyond the edges of the map. Chapter 31, The Forgotten City of Nan. Madol, in the remote reaches of the western Pacific, where the vast ocean stretches out in endless blue, lies the island of Pompeii, home to one of the world's most mysterious ancient cities, known as Nan Madol. This city is a marvel of human engineering and imagination, built on a series of 92 artificial islands separated by narrow canals constructed from massive basalt stones that tower above the water's surface. Nan Madol has fascinated and puzzled archaeologists, historians, and travelers for generations. The question that lingers over this ancient site is simple yet profound. How and why was this city built in the heart of the ocean, seemingly isolated from the rest of the world? The story of Nan Madol begins long before the arrival of written history. In a time when myths and legends provided explanations for the world's wonders, according to Ponan oral tradition, Nan Madol was created by two powerful sorcerer brothers, Olisa and Asura, who came to the island seeking a place to practice their magic. The legends say that the brothers used their supernatural powers to levitate massive stones, placing them carefully to form the foundations of the city. The brothers wanted to create a place of spiritual power, a center for the island's religious and political life. And so Nan Madol was born, a city of stone that seemed to float on the water, defying both logic and the natural forces of the world. Archaeologists have estimated that Nan Madol was built sometime between the 8th and 13th centuries during a period when the Sardar dynasty ruled over Pompeii. The city served as a ceremonial and political heart of the dynasty, its structures reserved for the elite and high priests who wielded both spiritual and temporal power, but how the people of Pont managed to construct such a vast city on a coral reef with no modern tools or machinery remains an enduring history. The basalt stones used in the construction of Nan Madol weigh several tons each, yet they were transported from distant parts of the island and carefully placed to form walls, temples, and tombs. Even today, with advanced technology building, such a city would be a monumental feat. One theory suggests that the builders used a series of rafts and logs to move the stone across the water, an undertaking that would have required incredible organization and manpower, but Pompey's jungle-covered mountains make this theory difficult to prove. Others believe that the stones were moved by rolling them over coconut fiber mats, a method that would reduce friction and allow the stones to be maneuvered more easily. Despite these theories, no definitive evidence has been found to explain how the stones were transported and assembled. The locals of Ponai, however, hold to the ancient legend that magic played a role, that the stones were indeed levitated by forces beyond human understanding. The purpose of Nan Madol is another puzzle. The city is made up of dozens of islets, each with its own specific function. Some were used as dwellings for the ability, while others served as places of worship or burial grounds for high-ranking members of society. One of the most famous islets, Nandas, contains massive tombs believed to house the remains of ancient rulers. The design of Nan Madol is strikingly different from other ancient cities, with its grid-like arrangement of canals and its separation of each function onto a distinct island. Some archaeologists believe that the city's layout reflects a desire for order and control, a way for the ruling class to maintain authority over their subjects by creating a physical barrier between themselves and the rest of the population. Over time, however, the Sodor dynasty fell, and with it Nan Madol was abandoned. The once thriving city became a ghost town, its temples and tombs left to the mercy of the encroaching jungle. Today, vines and moss creep over the stone walls, and fish swim through the canals that once carried canoes of priests and warriors. The reason for Nan Madol's abandonment is as mysterious as its construction. Some say the Sudala rulers became corrupt and oppressive, alienating their sub-objects and causing the dynasty's collapse. Others suggest that environmental factors such as rising sea levels or dwindling resources forced the inhabitants to leave. Yet for all the theories, the exact cause remains unknown. Nan Madol has inspired countless tales of magic, ghosts, and curses. Local legends warn that the city is protected by spirits and that anyone who disturbs its stones risks invoking their wrath. Some locals refuse to visit the site after dark, believing that the spirits of the ancient Sodor rulers roam the ruins, guarding the secrets of their once great city. Visitors have reported feeling an eerie presence in the ruins, as if they were being watched by unseen eyes. The canals quiet and still add to the haunting atmosphere, giving the impression that Nan Madol is alive, holding on to its memories and secrets beneath the calm surface of the water in modern times. Nan Madol has drawn the attention of researchers, explorers, and even treasure hunters, each hoping to uncover the truth behind. The ancient city excavations have revealed evidence of a sophisticated society with trade connections to other islands in the Pacific. Pottery tools and even human remains have been found, providing clues about the people who lived there. But despite these discoveries, Nan Mad's full story remains elusive. Some believe that further exploration might reveal hidden chambers or artifacts that could shed light on the city's origins, but the dense jungle and the delicate foundations make excavation difficult and dangerous. Nan Mad's location, isolated from other major ancient civilizations, has fueled speculation about its purpose and origin. Some fringe theories propose that the city was part of a lost continent, perhaps connected to the legendary lands of Laura or Mu, mythical islands said to have sunk beneath the Pacific. According to these theories, Nan Madol is a remnant of an ancient, highly advanced civilization that predates known history. a culture capable of architectural feats we can scarcely imagine today, though these ideas lack scientific evidence. They have captivated imaginations, adding to the aura of mystery that surrounds the city. For the people of Pompeii, Madol is more than an archaeological site. It is a sacred place, a reminder of their ancestors' ingenuity, and a symbol of their cultural identity. The city stands as a testament to the achievements of a society that thrived in harmony with its environment, creating a unique city, unlike any other in the world. Nanostones hold the memory of a civilization that reached across the centuries, leaving behind not only physical structures, but also a story of ambition, mystery, and the human spirit's desire to reach beyond the ordinary as the trade winds drift over the island, rustling the leaves of Pompeii's thick jungle and sending ripples across the still canals. Madol stands, as it always has, a relic of another age. The city endures, was mysterious and timeless, each stone a testament to a civilization, both remarkable and unknowable. It beckons to those with a sense of wonder, inviting them to consider what may yet lie undiscovered, concealed beneath layers of history, myth, and the enduring silence of the sea. Chapter 32, the Zuni language mystery nestled in the arid landscapes of New Mexico. The Zuni people have preserved their customs, art, and spirituality for centuries among the many treasures of Zuni culture. However, one element stands out as particularly enigmatic. Their language, the Zuni language called Shema, is unlike any other Native American language, bearing no clear connection to the languages spoken by neighboring tribes or by distant linguistic groups across North America. For decades, scholars and linguists have puzzled over the origins of this unique language, exploring theories that range from migrations across ancient land bridges to cultural exchanges that challenge traditional understandings of history. The Zuni language is classified as a language isolate, meaning it shares no significant similarities with other languages in the surrounding area. Language isolates are rare and often indicate a unique linguistic evolution, sometimes shaped by geographical isolation or long-standing cultural independence. The uniqueness of Shema has led some researchers to suggest that the Zai people may have lived in the region for thousands of years, developing a distinct language and cultural identity, yet linguistic anomalies within Zuni raise further questions. Over time, scholars have noticed a few peculiar linguistic elements, phrases, sounds, and structures that seem oddly familiar but don't quite fit within the framework of indigenous American languages. In the 1960s, a provocative theory emerged: the Zai language might share distant roots with Japanese. This theory, which remains highly speculative, arose when linguist Nancy D. Fry observed certain similarities between Shema and Japanese in both vocabulary and grammar. While these similarities were subtle, they were nonetheless striking. The theory speculates that perhaps an ancient connection exists between the Zuni and Japanese peoples, perhaps dating back thousands of years to a time when early humans migrated across continents or came into contact in unexpected ways. Both languages, for example, use a specific rhythm and certain vowel patterns that are rare in other language groups. Additionally, there are curious resemblances in particular words and phrases, as well as in cultural practices related to agriculture, water management, and ceremonial rituals. Could these parallels be mere coincidence, or do they hint at a forgotten connection between two cultures? Separated by an ocean, Frisk theory has inspired several researchers to explore this potential link, though it remains controversial and difficult to substantiate with current linguistic methodologies. The Zuni people, while open to research, maintain that their language and culture are deeply rooted in their ancestral lands and spirituality. Zuni traditions hold that their ancestors emerged from a sacred lake, a place that remains central to their worldview. This emergence myth is echoed in their language, which is imbued with references to nature, spirits, and the interconnectedness of all life. For the Zuni, their language is not merely a means of communication, it is an embodiment of their identity and connection to the land they inhabit. Because of this, the idea of distant cultural connections doesn't resonate as strongly within the community, who see their language as a deeply personal gift handed down through generations. Linguists seek to validate or refute the theory of a Japanese connection face significant challenges. Language evolves continuously and over thousands of years, even closely related languages can diverge dramatically. Moreover, linguistic similarities can sometimes be coincidental, resulting from random similarities rather than shared origins. Some linguists argue that the similarities between Zuni and Japanese are likely the result of parallel evolution, similar solutions to the universal human need for communication developed in isolation. However, there are those who believe that ancient seafarers could have made contact between Asia and the Americas long before Columbus, creating fleeting but lasting exchanges that shaped both cultures. They argue that such contact might explain not only linguistic similarities, but also certain cultural practices that appear in both Zuni and Japanese traditions. For example, some researchers point to the importance of rituals involving water purification in both cultures, as well as shared agricultural methods and symbolic connections to nature. Could these practices have been inspired by an ancient cross-cultural exchange? For now, the Zai language continues to captivate those who study it, whether as a possible relic of early trans-Pacific contact or simply as a beautiful, unique linguistic system that developed in isolation. The Zuni people's commitment to preserving their language and culture ensures that Shema remains vibrant, passed down through songs, stories, and rituals. With each new generation, the language survives as both a mystery and a testament to human diversity and resilience. Ultimately, the Zuni language mystery reminds us of how much remains unknown about humanity's past. It speaks to the power of language to connect and to separate, to create identity, and to leave traces of history that linger long after memory fades. Whether Shema has distant cousins across the ocean or is truly a language unto itself, it remains a fascinating piece of the linguistic puzzle, a reminder that every language carries within it a unique vision of the world. The question of its origins may one day be solved, or it may continue to spark debate, speculation, and curiosity, a silent link to a past we may never fully understand. Chapter 33, The Great Serpent Mound in the rolling hills of southern Ohio, lies a remarkable and puzzling earthwork known as the Great Serpent Mound. Stretching over 1,300 feet across the landscape, this ancient effigy winds in elegant curves, mimicking the sinuous body of a serpent. Its coiled form ends in a tightly spiraled tail, while the head opens as though to devour an oval-shaped feature, perhaps representing an egg, the sun, or something even more mysterious. The mound has stood here for at least a millennium, enduring the passage of time and inspiring countless theories about its purpose and the people who built it today. It remains one of the most enigmatic structures of prehistoric America, a silent monument to an ancient culture's vision of the world. The Great Serpent Mound has captured the imaginations of archaeologists, historians, and spiritual seekers for generations. Though many theories have been proposed, none can say for certain why the mound was built or what it meant to the people who constructed it. The prevailing theory attributes the mound's construction to the ancient culture who inhabited the Ohio River Valley around 1000 CE. However, artifacts found nearby suggest that an even older culture, the Edena people who lived in the area, as early as 1000 BCE, may have laid its foundations. This overlap of cultures makes it challenging to determine exactly who first imagined the serpent into existence and what it may have symbolized for them. One theory suggests that the Great Serpent Mound is a celestial calendar, a structure designed to reflect the movements of the sun, moon, and stars. When viewed from above, the mound appears to align with certain solar events. Its head points toward the summer solstice sunset, while other curves correspond to the winter solstice and the equinoxes, some researchers have argued that the winding body of the serpent may mirror the cycles of the moon or mark important astronomical events that govern the lives of its builders. Was the Great Serpent Mound a kind of prehistoric observatory, guiding ancient people through the seasons and helping them predict the passage of time? Others propose that the serpent helped religious or spiritual significance. Serpents are potent symbols in many Native American traditions, often representing fertility, renewal, and the cycle of life and death. In some cultures, the snake is seen as a bridge between the earth and the sky, a creature that moves between realms and embodies the mysteries of transformation. The egg or oval shape at the serpent's head has sparked speculation that the mound represents creation itself, a symbol of the birth of life and the universe. Could it be that the builders of the mound saw the serpent as a guardian, a protector of the land, or even a deity? To be honored, the location of the Great Serpent Mound also adds to its mystery. The mound sits atop a geological anomaly, a large impact crater performed by a meteorite that struck the area millions of years ago. Some researchers wonder if the ancient builders were aware of this unique geological feature and chose the site, deliberately sensing a powerful energy emanating from the land itself. For those who believe the site holds spiritual significance, the impact crater beneath the mound enhances its aura, suggesting that the ancient people may have viewed it as a sacred place, one where cosmic forces and earthly life converged. Adding yet another layer to the mystery, recent discoveries have revealed that the soil and rocks surrounding the mound have unique magnetic properties, which could have been perceived by ancient people as a sign of the site's supernatural importance. Could these magnetic anomalies have influenced the choice to build here? The idea that the mound is aligned with both earthly and celestial forces fascinates those who study it, and it leaves us wondering what the ancient cultures might have sensed that modern science is only beginning to understand. Despite extensive research, much about the Great Serpent Mound remains unknown. Archaeologists have found few artifacts within the structure, making it difficult to reconstruct the lives of its builders or the purpose of the mound itself. Without written records, the meanings embedded in its design remain a matter of interpretation, a puzzle composed of symbols and stones rather than words. Some believe that the Serpent Mound may have been part of a larger spiritual complex, a pilgrimage site where people gathered to observe rituals, honor ancestors, and connect with the divine. Others suggest that it was a burial site, though excavations have not revealed any clear evidence of interment within the mound itself. The Great Serpent Mound continues to inspire those who visit its ancient curves, drawing them into a landscape that feels timeless and otherworldly. Standing on the mounds coils, one might imagine the ancient ceremonies that could have taken place here. Gatherings where the builders danced, chanted, and honored their deities under the light of the stars. Today, visitors from around the world walk its path in silence, seeking to understand the vision that inspired its creation. The mound invites each person to interpret it in their own way, becoming a bridge between past and present mystery and meaning. For many Native American communities, the Great Serpent Mound is a symbol of resilience and continuity, a reminder of their ancestors' connection to the land and the cosmos. While modern science seeks to decode its mysteries, the indigenous people who trace their heritage to this region often view the mound not as an enigma to be solved, but as a sacred site that honors the cycles of nature and the spirit of life to them. The mound is a reminder that some truths are felt rather than understood, that mystery itself can be a powerful way to connect with the world. As the shadows grow long over the Ohio hills, the Great Serpent Mound rests as it always has, coiled and watchful, its form etched into the earth. It offers no explanations, only an invitation to wonder, to reflect, and to respect the ingenuity and spirituality of those who built it. With each passing year, the mound remains both ancient and ageless, a symbol of human curiosity, reverence, and our enduring desire to understand the mysteries that connect us to the universe. Chapter 34, The Mystery of the Madagascar Man. Eating tree in the shadowy heart of Madagascar's dense forests, where the landscape teems with life, both beautiful and strange whispers of a peculiar legend have persisted for well over a century, according to tales that began circulating in the late 19th century. There exists, or once existed, an extraordinary and terrifying tree, one that defies the boundaries of known botany. This is the so-called man-eating tree, a plant rumored to ensnare and devour human beings with monstrous tendrils and deadly intent, despite numerous explorations and studies of Madagascar's lush, isolated forests. No definitive proof of this carnivorous tree has ever been found, yet the story lives on a chilling mystery that blurs the line between science and folklore. The first recorded mention of the man-eating tree appeared in 1874 in a lurid and unsettling account by German explorer Karl Lecce. According to Lecce, he encountered the tree while traveling with an indigenous tribe in a remote area of Madagascar. In his description, the tree was a ghastly sight, a towering plant with long tendril-like branches that moved as if alive, stretching toward anything that came close. The tree, Lecce claimed, was surrounded by a clearing, as if even the other plants kept their distance when a human or any living creature drew near. The tree would lash out, wrapping its deadly tendrils around its prey and dragging it toward the trunk, where it would be consumed in a gruesome manner. Lecce's account goes further, describing a horrific ritual in which members of the tribe offered a sacrifice to the tree, pushing a woman toward its reaching branches. As the story goes, the tendrils wrapped around her, squeezing until she was immobilized, while the tree's more likely trunk opened and absorbed its victim, leaving nothing but silence and an empty clearing. This account, published in European newspapers, caused an immediate sensation. Readers were horrified and captivated by the idea of a carnivorous tree capable of consuming humans, a plant that by all rights should not exist in the natural world. Despite the popularity of Lecce's story, skepticism soon followed. No other explorers in Madagascar reported seeing such a tree, and as the years passed, botanists and scientists came to view the tale as nothing more than a fabrication, a sensational story designed to thrill and shock. Still, the story refused to fade entirely. The unique and often bizarre flora and form of Madagascar, a place home to lemur, giant chameleons, and the spiny desert plant known as the octopus tree, kept the tale alive. If Madagascar could produce plants that looked like creatures from another world, who could say with absolute certainty that the man-eating tree was nothing more than a myth? Over the decades, new versions of the story emerged, with explorers and adventurers claiming to have seen similar trees in various parts of Africa, South America, and the South Pacific. Each version added new details, describing trees that bled a red sap resembling blood, or trees with leaves that moved of their own accord. Yet no credible evidence ever surfaced. The elusive nature of the man-eating tree only deepened the mystery, leading some to speculate that the tree might be a rare, hidden species, one that appears only in the most remote parts of the forest where few humans ever venture. Modern botanists dismissed the idea of a true man-eating tree, explaining that such a plant would defy everything known about the behavior of plants. Carnivorous plants do exist, of course. The Venus flytrap, sundew, and peter plant have evolved unique mechanisms to trap and consume insects, gaining nutrients from their prey in nutrient-poor environments. But these plants are small and limited in their predation. They capture insects and small creatures, not humans. A tree capable of capturing and digesting something as large as a person would require an evolutionary leap, one that defies the principles of plant biology. To support such an adaptation, the plant would need an enormous amount of energy and a digestive system, unlike any plant known to science. Yet despite scientific explanations, the man-eating tree continues to captivate those who hear its story. Some researchers argue that the legend may have arisen from cultural misunderstandings, perhaps inspired by exaggerated descriptions of large, spiny plants or unusual carnivorous species like the Nepenthes, a large peter, plant native to Madagascar and parts of Southeast Asia. This plant, while certainly not capable of devouring humans, does occasionally trap small animals, including frogs, birds, and even small mammals, perhaps. Some say early explorer or tribal myths embellished these encounters, transforming them into a tale of a monstrous tree. There are those, however, who believe there may be more to the story. Madagascar is known for its astonishing biodiversity and its high rate of endemic species, plants, and animals found nowhere else on Earth. Some botanists and explorers speculate that there could indeed be unknown plant species within Madagascar's dense forests, hidden from modern science and waiting to be discovered. If a plant with unusual carnivorous properties exists, it could potentially thrive in the remote, often inaccessible jungles of the island, its existence shielded by the dense and rugged landscape as one walks through Madagascar's lush forests filled with strange sounds and towering plants. It's easy to see how stories like the man-eating tree might take root in the imagination. The forest is alive with vines and branches that seem to stretch out like hands, leaves that rustle without wind, and trees that twist into shapes reminiscent of creatures from another world. The landscape alone evokes a sense of mystery, a feeling that there are things within these forests that remain beyond human understanding. Whether the man-eating tree is one of these mysteries or simply a tale spun to captivate the curious is a question that may never be answered. The man-eating tree of Madagascar endures as one of the world's strangest botanical legends. It remains unverified, a story that defies the constraints of reality, yet continues to inspire a sense of wonder and fear. Perhaps it serves as a reminder of the untamed power of nature, of the possibility that there are still forces and forms of life in the world that remain unknown. Or perhaps it is simply a story, one that grew from the fertile ground of human imagination, fed by the wild beauty and otherworldly allure of Madagascar's forests. In the end, the man-eating tree remains hidden, whether in the depths of the forest or the depths of our collective fascination with the strange and the unknown. It stands as both a cautionary tale and an invitation to explore the world's mysteries, urging us to consider what might still lie undiscovered, waiting in the shadows of the wild. Chapter 35, The Mystery of the Sea Peoples. In the tumultuous years around 1200 BCE, civilizations across the eastern Mediterranean were struck by a series of devastating assaults. The Hittite Empire crumbled, powerful cities were reduced to ashes, and Egypt itself faced an onslaught that nearly brought its ancient empire to its knees. This wave of destruction was carried out by a confederation of enigmatic warriors, remembered in Egyptian records simply as the Sea Peoples. Who were these raiders? Where did they come from? And what drove them to launch such relentless attacks across the known world? Despite centuries of study, the origins, motives, and ultimate fate of the Sea Peoples remain a mystery, a puzzle locked in the ruins and records of the Bronze Age. The Sea Peoples entered history through the writings of the Egyptians, who recorded their arrival with a mix of horror, and all the records describe fleets of ships arriving from the sea carrying warriors unlike any the Egyptians had encountered in scenes depicted on temple walls and inscribed in hieroglyphs. These warriors are shown in distinct dress, wielding strange weapons and wearing horned or feathered helmets. They fought with a ferocity that caught Egypt unprepared, sweeping through its coastal territories and pressing deep into the heart of the kingdom, one of the most famous records of the Sea People's invasions comes from the reign of Pharaoh Ramesses II, who ruled Egypt around 1180 BC. Reis recorded a massive assault by the Sea Peoples, who attacked by both land and sea, overwhelming Egyptian defenses and ravaging villages. According to the inscriptions, Reis eventually managed to defeat the invaders in a fierce battle at the mouth of the Nile, forcing the sea peoples to retreat, yet even in victory Reis seemed to acknowledge the sheer scale of the threat, noting that Egypt's survival had hung by a thread. They came like the sea, he wrote, describing an enemy that seemed to rise from the depths, unpredictable and unstoppable. The sea peoples did not leave any written records of their own, and their language, culture, and homeland remain unknown. Scholars have proposed numerous theories about their origins. Some suggest that they came from the perhaps displaced populations from Greece or the islands of Sardinia and Cyprus. Others argue that they hailed from Anatolia, fleeing natural disasters, famine, or social collapse. A few even speculate that they were mercenaries, united by necessity rather than kinship. A coalition of disparate tribes seeking new lands and resources without direct evidence. However, each theory remains speculative, an educated guess shaped by fragments of pottery, hints in ancient texts, and the scars of destruction left on once thriving cities. The arrival of the sea peoples marked more than just a wave of raids. It triggered the collapse of an entire era. Across the eastern Mediterranean kingdoms, felt trade routes were disrupted and knowledge was lost. The Hittites, once a dominant empire, vanished almost entirely, their cities left in ruin. The Manian civilization in Greece, famed for its palaces and warrior kings, was similarly devastated, its grand structures reduced to rubble. Ugarit, a thriving city-state on the coast of modern-day Syria, was obliterated, its libraries burned, and its people scattered. Scholars refer to this as the Late Bronze Age collapse, a period of sudden violent upheaval that reshaped the ancient world. The sea peoples were not the only factor in this collapse, but their attacks intensified the chaos, hastening the decline of established empires. Archaeological evidence paints a picture of this destruction with layers of vase and debris marking the places where cities once stood. In some sites, skeletons have been found among the ruins, a haunting reminder of lives cut short by invasion and conflict. Yet for all the evidence of their attacks, there is little to indicate what happened to the sea peoples after their last recorded clash with Egypt. Some historians believe they may have settled in the regions they once raided, merging with local populations and eventually fading into history. Others suggest that they returned to the sea, continuing their elusive existence as nomads, traders, or pirates, moving on to other shores as their presence in the Mediterranean waned. Theories abound about why the sea peoples took to raiding with such intensity. Some suggest that they were driven by environmental changes, droughts, earthquakes, or crop failures that rendered their homelands uninhabitable. If they were forced to abandon their lands, then the invasions may have been motivated by sheer desperation, an effort to find new territories capable of sustaining them. Others believe that social or political changes, perhaps the breakdown of traditional power structures, led them to seek fortunes abroad, striking at wealthy civilizations in search of plunder or a new home. The sea peoples may have been fleeing conflict or oppression, or they may have been warriors seeking conquest and adventure, inspired by tales of distant lands ripe for the taking. One group, often associated with the sea peoples, are the Philistines, known from biblical texts as one of the ancient Israel's most formidable adversaries. Some scholars suggest that the Philistines may have been descendants of the sea peoples, settling in the Levant and establishing a distinct culture. Evidence from excavations in Philistine cities shows a mixture of Manian and Canaanite influences, hinting at a blending of cultures that could reflect the integration of sea peoples with local society. Is if the Philistines were indeed part of the sea peoples, then fragments of their legacy might still be visible in the art, architecture, and religious practices of the region. For modern historians, the sea peoples represent one of the ancient world's most enduring mysteries. They stand as a reminder of how easily history can slip through our fingers, how empires can rise and fall, leaving only hints of their existence in fractured records. In silent ruins, the sea peoples left no tombs, no monuments, no definitive trace of their own story. They came, they conquered, and they vanished, leaving behind questions that echo across the ages. Standing amid the ruins they left behind, the fallen walls of Ugarit the deserted, halls of Mani, or the temples of ancient Egypt. One can almost sense their presence, a ghostly reminder of a force that once swept across the Mediterranean, shaking the foundations of the ancient world. The sea peoples remind us of the fragility of civilizations, of the unknown forces that shape history, and of the mysteries that remain unsolved, no matter how deeply we dig. And so the sea peoples endure as both a historical enigma and a symbol of upheaval, a chapter of ancient history that remains open to speculation. We may never know who they truly were, but their story invites us to look back with curiosity and humility, to consider how little we may know about the forces that drive human migration, conflict, and survival. The sea peoples are gone, but their impact lingers, a wave that rippled through history and left a lasting mark on the world they invaded. In the end, they remain a reminder that sometimes history is a mystery not meant to be fully understood, but rather respected for its depth, complexity, and the untold stories that still lie hidden within it. Chapter 36, The Tunnels of Teotihuacan. Beneath the sprawling ruins of Teotihuacan, an ancient city that once rivaled the great capitals of the world, lies a hidden world that archaeologists are only beginning to explore. This network of tunnels running beneath the Pyramid of the Sun, the Pyramid of the Moon, and the Temple of the Feathered Serpent contains secrets that the people of Teotihuacan buried thousands of years ago. Though much of the city's history is shrouded in mystery, these subterranean passages offer a tantalizing glimpse into the beliefs and rituals of its long-lost inhabitants. Teotihuacan, located just northeast of present-day Mexico City, was a thriving metropolis as early as 100 BCE. At its peak, it was one of the largest cities in the ancient world, home to an estimated 125,000 people. The civilization that built Teotihuacan left no written records, and its original name is unknown. Much of what we know comes from archaeological discoveries and the towering pyramids that define the city's skyline. However, the recent discovery of tunnels beneath these pyramids has added new layers of complexity to Teotihuacan's story, raising questions about the purposes and meanings behind these underground constructions. One of the most startling finds in these tunnels came during an excavation at the Temple of the Feathered Serpent, where archaeologists uncovered a glittering substance, liquid mercury, pooling along the tunnel floors. In ancient Mesoamerica, liquid mercury was an extremely rare and dangerous material, requiring skill and knowledge to extract and manipulate. The presence of mercury deep within the tunnels suggests that it held significant meaning to the people of Teotihuacan, perhaps even serving as a symbolic or ritualistic element in their spiritual practice, i.e.s. Some researchers believe that the shimmering metal was intended to represent a river or a lake, a conduit to the underworld or the divine. In addition to mercury, archaeologists discovered an array of unusual artifacts in the tunnels: jade carvings, ceramic vessels, obsidian blades, and intricate stone masks were found carefully placed along the underground corridors. Many of these items were arranged with a sense of reverence, as if they were offerings for the gods or for the spirits of the ancestors. The presence of these artifacts hints that the tunnels may have been used for ceremonial purposes, perhaps serving as a place where high priests or rulers conducted rituals meant to communicate with other realms. Yet the full meaning behind these objects remains unclear. When they meant to honor the dead, to invoke supernatural protection, or to serve as offerings to appease the gods. The layout of the tunnels themselves offers further clues, though it raises as many questions as it answers. Some sections appear to be intentionally aligned with astronomical events, particularly the cycles of the sun and moon. It's possible that the tunnels were part of a larger cosmological plan designed to mirror the heavens below the earth. The people of Can had a sophisticated understanding of astronomy, as evidenced by the alignment of their pyramids and temples. The idea that the tunnels represent a symbolic journey through the cosmos, or perhaps an underground pathway to an afterlife, has captivated researchers, but without written records. This interpretation remains speculative, adding to the intrigue is the discovery of small mysterious spheres scattered throughout the tunnels. These orbs, ranging from the size of a marble to several inches in diameter, are made from clay and coated in a bright pyite shell, giving them a golden sheen. Their purpose is unknown, though. Some archaeologists suggest they might have served as part of a ritual involving light and reflection, symbolizing stars or celestial bodies in an underground sky. To those who built Teotihuacan, these spheres may have represented a connection to the divine, a way to bring the heavens into the depths of the earth. The discovery of these tunnels has prompted many questions about the relationship between Teotihuacan's rulers and the people who lived there. It's clear that the city's elite went to great lengths to build these underground chambers, investing resources and labor into a project that served purposes we may never fully understand. Some scholars argue that the tunnels were reserved for the ruling class, a hidden space where only priests or the most powerful figures could enter far from the eyes of the common people. Others believe that the tunnels were meant to be a sacred space accessible to all, a place where the people of Teotihuacan could come to connect with the divine and seek blessings or protection for the modern visitors who walk through the ancient city above the tunnels below. Add a new dimension to the mystery of Teotihuacan. Why would a society go to such lengths to create this hidden realm? What drove them to seek out liquid mercury, a material so dangerous yet so captivating, and place it within their sacred underground world? And what do these tunnels tell us about the civilization that once called Teotihuacan home? A people who built grand pyramids, who studied the stars, and who left behind structures that inspire thousands of years later. Teotihuacan remains a place of fascination and reverence, its silent stones bearing witness to an ancient society that rose to great heights and then, for reasons unknown, faded away. The tunnels beneath its temples are like a buried memory, holding on to fragments of a story that is still unfolding as archaeologists continue their work. They uncover new clues, small objects, inscriptions, and traces, PEs of ritual that deepen our understanding of this lost world. Yet the full purpose of the tunnels remains a mystery, an echo from a civilization that understood both the power of the earth and the allure of the stars. The tunnels of Teotihuacan remind us of how much remains hidden beneath the surface of history. They are a testament to the creativity, ambition, and spiritual depth of the people who built them, a silent reminder that some mysteries may never be fully solved. Perhaps the tunnels were meant to serve as a bridge between worlds, between the living and the dead, between humanity and the gods, between the known and the unknown. And perhaps, like the tunnels themselves, the answers lie just beyond our reach, waiting in the quiet darkness, a secret kept by the earth and the stones. Chapter 37. The Valley of the Golden Mummies in the arid sands of Egypt's Bahariya oasis. A surprising discovery lay hidden beneath the surface, waiting for millennia to be uncovered, known as the Valley of the Golden Mummies. This vast necropolis has revealed hundreds of ancient mummies adorned in glittering gold, each meticulously wrapped and buried in a burial site of extraordinary scale, found in 1996 by Egyptian archaeologist Zahi Hawass. The discovery ignited excitement and fascination around the world. Who were these mummified individuals? Why were so many laid to rest in one place? And what drove the creation of this immense bar ground in the midst of the desert? The mummies found in the Bahariya oasis date back to the Greco-Roman period between the 1 and 4th centuries CE, a time when Egypt was a part of the Roman Empire. Many of these mummies were beautifully preserved, covered with ornate masks and golden breastplates that reflected their high status in society. Some were gilded with gold leaf, while others were adorned with intricate portraits painted directly onto. Their linen wrappings capturing the facial features of the deceased in astonishing detail. The golden decorations earned the site its evocative name and suggested that the individuals buried here held a special significance. Even in death, the scale of the necropolis is staggering. Excavations have revealed over 250 mummies, but archaeologists estimate that there may be as many as 10,000 still buried in the valley. This sheer number of mummies in a single location has led to numerous questions about the site's purpose and the social structures of the people buried. There was this a burial ground exclusively for the elite, reserved for the wealthiest citizens of Bahari? Or did it also serve as a communal resting place for a broader segment of society? The presence of both richly decorated and simpler mummies suggests a mix of social statuses, hinting that this necropolis may have served an entire community, bound together in death as they were in life. The mystery deepens when considering the historical context of this burial site. The Greco-Roman period in Egypt was marked by a blend of Egyptian and foreign customs, as well as changes in religious practices and burial traditions. The mummies in the Valley of the Golden Mummies show evidence of both Egyptian and Roman influences, combining traditional mummification techniques with Greco-Roman art styles. Golden masks and painted portraits give the deceased the stylized appearance of Roman citizens, yet the preservation of their bodies reflects the Egyptian belief in the afterlife. This fusion of cultures is unusual, suggesting that the people of Baharia may have maintained a distinct identity, even as they adopted new customs and symbols from the Roman world. One of the most puzzling aspects of the Valley of the Golden Mummies is the reason behind its creation. The oasis is a remote and challenging place to access even today. So why would such a massive burial site be constructed here? Some scholars believe that Baharia, once a fertile region, may have served as an important center for trade and agriculture during the Greco-Roman period, drawing wealth and influence to the area. Others suggest that the valley held a particular spiritual significance, making it an attractive location for a necropolis dedicated to honoring and preserving the dead. It's possible that the oasis was seen as a gateway between the worlds of the living and the dead, a sacred place where individuals could prepare for the journey to the afterlife. Adding to the intrigue are the burial goods found with the mummies, including jewelry, amulets, and small statues. Many of these items were crafted with care, incorporating both Egyptian symbols of protection and Roman designs, a testament to the multicultural influences at play in the oasis. The amulets inscribed with protective spells were likely intended to safeguard the deceased on their journey into the afterlife. Some mummies were even buried with coins placed over their mouths or eyes, a Roman tradition meant to pay Turin, the mythical ferryman who carried souls across the river to the underworld. The blend of these Ferrari customs paints a picture of a society in transition, one that respected its heritage while also embracing the symbols and rituals of the larger empire. The Valley of the Golden Mummies also raises questions about the broader society of the oasis. Who were the people of Baharia? Were they an isolated community? Or did they have strong connections to other parts of Egypt and the Mediterranean world? Archaeologists have found inscriptions and records that suggest Baharia was a prosperous and bustling region during this time, known for its wine production dates and agricultural output. The local economy may have enabled families to afford elaborate burials, explaining the presence of so many richly decorated mummies. But the reasons for choosing this specific site and the factors that contributed to the necropolis's enormous scale remain unknown for archaeologists. The Valley of the Golden Mummies represents both a treasure trove of artifacts and an ongoing mystery. Each new excavation uncovers additional layers of history, yet many questions remain unanswered. How many more mummies lie beneath the sand? Were they all members of the same extended community? Or did the necropolis serve a broader purpose, perhaps as a burial site for people from across Egypt, and what caused the valley to be abandoned, leaving thousands of mummies unknown and untouched for centuries today? The Valley of the Golden Mountain stands as a reminder of Egypt's multicultural past and the complexities of life and death during the Greco-Roman era for modern visitors. The site evokes awe and reverence, a testament to the lengths to which ancient Egyptians went to ensure their place in the afterlife. The golden masks and portraits seem to gaze back across the centuries. Preserving faces that were once part of a thriving community, they offer glimpses into a forgotten world, where the dead were honored with beauty and ceremony, carefully prepared for a journey that transcended both culture and time. The Valley of the Golden Mummies remains a mystery, a place where the sands of history have preserved the traces of lives that came before. It reminds us of the human desire to be remembered to leave a mark that endures beyond death in the ossus beneath layers of sand and history. The golden mummies wait, keeping the secrets of their lives and their world, their gilded faces a silent testament to the mysteries that still lie beneath Egypt's sands. Chapter 38. The mystery of the Saqqara bird. Among the countless artifacts discovered in Egypt's ancient tombs, there exists a curious object that has stirred debate and fascination across the world, known as the Saqqara bird. This small wooden carving was unearthed in 1898 within a tomb at the vast necropolis of Saqqara. At first glance, the artifact resembles a bird with outstretched wings and a streamlined form. Yet, upon closer inspection, certain details set it apart from other traditional bird carvings. Its design includes features that seem oddly modern, reminiscent of an aircraft's fuselage and wings. Could the ancient Egyptians have held some understanding of flight preserved in this wooden model? Or is the Saqqara bird simply a unique depiction of an avian form carved without any intention? Beyond decoration or symbolism, the Saqqara bird measures around 7 and long carved, with a remarkable attention to balance and symmetry. The wings are flat with a straight, rigid form, unlike the more curved wings typically seen in bird sculptures from ancient Egypt. The tail is wide and flat-shaped, more like a stabilizing rudder than the tapered tail one might expect on a bird. Its body is streamlined with a shape that minimizes air resistance, a design that some argue resembles early models of gliders or even modern aircraft. This combination of features has led some researchers to speculate that the Saqqara bird is more than it seems, a possible relic of a forgotten knowledge about the principles of flight. Those who believe in the Saqqara bird's potential connection to flight often point to the bird's design as evidence of intentional engineering. According to this theory, the ancient Egyptians might have experimented with aerodynamics or observed certain natural phenomena that informed their design. This idea suggests that the Saqqara bird was either a model for an early glider or a ceremonial object symbolizing flight, perhaps used in rituals to help the soul ascend to the afterlife. Supporters of this theory have even conducted flight tests with replicas of the Saqqara bird, finding that with slight modifications to the tail, it can achieve a stable gliding motion. These tests have only fueled the mystery, encouraging a perspective that ancient Egypt may have explored basic principles of aerodynamics long before. Modern science critics, however, argue that the Saqqara bird is exactly what it appears to be, a stylized carving of a bird created by a skilled artisan with no intention of representing flight beyond the spiritual or symbolic. Ancient Egypt was rich with symbols of birds and wings, often associated with the soul-freed freedom and the journey to the afterlife. The wings of the Saqqara bird could easily be a representation of this concept. Rather than an attempt to model a functional flying device, the flat tail, they argue, might be artistic, a stylized choice rather than an engineered feature. In this view, the Saqqara bird is simply an expression of the ancient Egyptians' reverence for nature and the bell leaf in the bird as a vessel for the Soul's journey adding to the debate is the mystery of why this object was placed within a tomb. The ancient Egyptians often placed items in tombs to provide for the deceased in the afterlife, and birds were commonly associated with the bee, one of the elements of the soul in Egyptian cosmology, which was believed to be capable of leaving the tomb and traveling freely. Perhaps the Saqqara bird was created as a symbol of this spiritual freedom, embodying the soul's journey through the heavens. Alternatively, some theorists suggest it might have held a more practical purpose, serving as a child's toy or a simple decorative piece rather than an advanced design or spiritual relic. Despite the skepticism, the Saqqara bird has sparked imaginations and inspired various hypotheses over the years. Some researchers have suggested that the bird is part of a broader pattern of advanced knowledge in ancient Egypt, pointing to other puzzling artifacts and achievements, like the precision of the Great Pyramid's construction or the astronomical alignment of Egyptian temples. For those who support the theory of forgotten technologies, the Saqqara bird is a piece of evidence that hints at knowledge we may not fully understand, an artifact that challenges our assumptions about the scope of ancient innovation. Yet, without further evidence, the true purpose of the Saqqara bird remains a matter of speculation. There is no definitive proof that the ancient Egyptians pursued flight in any technological sense. While the Saqqara bird may share some characteristics with modern aerodynamics, it could also be a coincidence, an example of nature-inspired design rather than a blueprint for aviation. Theories about the bird's connection to flight are ultimately based on interpretations and reconstructions, not on direct historical records or descriptions from the time. As it stands, the Saqqara bird embodies the mystery of ancient Egypt itself, a civilization that achieved remarkable feats in art, architecture, and science, but left behind questions that may never be fully answered. It is a symbol of both our fascination with the past and our tendency to see ourselves reflected in history, searching for connections that bridge ancient and modern worlds. Whether the Saqqara bird represents an early understanding of aerodynamics or simply a unique bird carving, its form continues to inspire wonder, inviting us to look deeper into the possibilities of the past in the quiet halls of the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, where the Saqqara bird rests among other relics of a bygone world. It stands as a silent reminder of the mysteries left by those who came before us. The bird's wings remain open as if ready to take flight, carrying with it the enduring questions about human ingenuity and the uncharted depths of history. Chapter 39. The Painted Caves of Altamira. Hidden in the hills of northern Spain, in a quiet region shaded by forests, lies one of humanity's oldest and most remarkable artistic achievements, the Altamira Caves. Discovered in the late 19th century, the cave walls are adorned with breathtaking images of bison, deer, and horses painted in rich reds, blacks, and ochres by unknown hands more than 15,000 years ago. These Paleolithic masterpieces have captivated the world since their discovery, offering a glimpse into a distant time when early humans expressed their lives and beliefs on stone canvases. Yet the purpose behind these paintings, as well as the advanced techniques used to create them, remains an enduring mystery that stirs the imagination of archaeologists, artists, and historians alike. The paintings in Altamira are renowned for their realism and complexity, displaying a level of skill and understanding that seems almost modern. The bison in particular are depicted in dynamic naturalistic poses with shading and depth that bring the animals to life on the uneven surfaces of the cave walls. The artists used the natural contours of the rock to give the animals a sense of movement and volume, creating a three-dimensional effect that is astonishing to behold. This technique, known as real leaf shading, is highly sophisticated, demonstrating an understanding of perspective and form that many did not believe early humans possessed. How could Paleolithic artists with primitive tools and limited light have achieved such an advanced level of artistry? The materials used in the Altamira paintings add to the mystery. The Pigments were derived from minerals such as hematite charcoal and ochre, carefully ground and mixed to achieve a variety of shades and textures. Some of the colors have retained their vividness for thousands of years, a testament to the skill of the artists and the durability of their techniques. The painters used tools made from bone stones and even their own hands to apply the pigments, varying the thickness of strokes and layering colors to create depth and texture. These details suggest that the Altamira artists possessed not only technical skill but also an aesthetic vision, a desire to create images that would resonate and endure. The purpose of these paintings, however, is an enigma that has inspired numerous theories over the years. Some researchers believe the paintings were created as part of a ritualistic practice, a way to honor the animals that provided food, clothing, and tools for the people who lived in the area. In this view, the paintings may have been part of a hunting ritual, a symbolic act intended to bring good fortune and ensure a successful hunt. Others suggest that the cave served as a sacred space, a place where early humans could connect with spiritual forces or express beliefs about the natural world. The presence of animals like bison and deer, central to the survival of Paleolithic communities, hints at a deep respect for these creatures, perhaps seeing them as sacred or as intermediaries between the human and spiritual realms. Another theory posits that the Altamira paintings may have served an educational purpose, a way to teach younger generations about the animals they depended on and the techniques needed to hunt them. The images in this view could have been part of an early form of storytelling or knowledge sharing, passing down wisdom about animal behavior, anatomy, and survival strategies. Yet the artistic quality and attention to detail suggest that the paintings were more than mere illustrations. They were expressions of something deeply meaningful, something that went beyond practical needs and entered the realm of art and culture. The discovery of the Altamira caves itself was a story of wonder and skepticism. In 1879, a local amateur archaeologist, Molino Sanz Diala, stumbled upon the cave with his young daughter Maria. As they explored the dark chambers, Maria looked up and saw the painted bison on the ceiling, their figures outlined and earthy, reds and blacks. Sanz Diala was astonished and realized that these were not ordinary markings but works of art from a distant past. He published his findings, claiming the paintings were of prehistoric origin, but the scholarly community dismissed them as a hoax, doubting that early humans could have created such sophisticated images. It wasn't until decades later that experts finally recognized the authenticity of the paintings, acknowledging Altamira as one of the world's great archaeological treasures. For modern viewers, the paintings of Altamira evoke a powerful sense of connection to our distant ancestors. Standing in the cave, one can almost feel the presence of those ancient artists, sense their hands pressing pigments onto the rock, capturing images that spoke to them of life, survival, and mystery. The animals they painted were more than sources of food. They were part of a world filled with meaning, a world in which every creature, every color, every stroke held significance. Altamira allows us to glimpse this world, yet it keeps many of its secrets, leaving us to wonder about the minds and lives of those who created it. The caves also raise questions about the origins of human creativity. The artists of Altamira were part of a hunter-gatherer society, yet their art suggests a complex symbolic understanding of the world around them. Did they paint for pleasure, for reverence, for teaching? Was this early art a way to understand life, or was it an instinctive need to create a drive that has been with humanity since our earliest days in Altamira? We see the first stirrings of this creative impulse preserved in red and black across stone surfaces that have weathered time. Over the years, access to the caves has been restricted to preserve the paintings, which are vulnerable to environmental changes and human presence. Visitors today may see replicas of the artwork in a nearby museum, carefully recreated to capture the spirit of the original, yet even the replica carries the sense of wonder that Altamira inspires, a reminder of the shared human desire to create express and remember the painted caves of Alira are. More than a window into the past, they are a testament to the power of art to transcend time. They challenge us to look beyond mere survival and see the roots of human culture, the first signs of a world where beauty, meaning, and creativity take form. The mystery of their purpose may never be fully solved, but perhaps that is part of their allure. They remain a gift from the ancient world, a message left in stone that invites us to wonder, to imagine, and to remember that the urge to create is as old as humanity itself. Chapter 40, The Curse of the Hope. Diamond among the treasures held at the Smithsonian Institution, one stands out not just for its beauty, but for the dark legend surrounding it. This is the Hope Diamond, a mesmerizing blue gemstone that has fascinated the world for centuries with its deep, almost otherworldly hue. Weighing over 45 carats and measuring nearly an inch across, the Hope Diamond is an exquisite marvel of nature. But behind its allure lies a sinister reputation. The gem is said to be cursed, its beauty tainted by a history of misfortune, tragedy, and even death. From royalty to adventurers, those who have come into possession of the Hope Diamond are rumored to have met with terrible fates, creating a legend that still haunts the stone to this day. The origins of the Hope Diamond are as shadowy as the curse that surrounds it. Most historians trace it back to 17th century India, where it is believed to have been part of a much larger stone known as the Tavor Blue, named after the French merchant Jean-Baptiste Tavernier. According to legend, the diamond was taken from the eye of a statue of a Hindu goddess, an act of sacrilege that marked it with an otherworldly curse. Whether true or merely law, this tale became the foundation of the diamond's infamous reputation. After Tavernier brought the gem to France, he sold it to King Louis XIV, where it was cut into a heart-shaped gem and became part of the French crown jewels. But the diamond's curse had only just begun to unfold following its arrival in France. The stone's misfortune allegedly touched those who wore it. King Louis XVI and his Queen Marie Antoinette were among its most famous wearers, and both met their deaths at the guillotine during the French Revolution. Some claimed that the diamond's malevolent influence extended beyond its owner to anyone in its orbit, casting a shadow over the French royal court. Following the revolution, the diamond was stolen during a looting of the crown jewels, vanishing for decades, and only adding to its mystique when the diamond resurfaced years later. It appeared in the possession of London banker Henry Philip Hope, for whom the gem is now named. Yet Hope's connection to the stone only seemed to continue its path of ruin. Although Hope himself was not directly affected, financial misfortune struck his family following his death, with the once prosperous Hope family descending into debt and turmoil. Over the years, the diamond changed hands multiple times, each new owner rumored to have suffered misfortune, financial ruin, death, or bizarre accidents. The stone's reputation grew darker with each new twist in its journey, and its supposed curse became the subject of public fascination. One of the most infamous owners of the Hope Diamond was American Hayes Evelyn Walsh Moyne, who acquired the gem in the early 20th century. Moyne was captivated by the diamond's legend, reportedly believing that her ownership would break the curse, but her time with the gem was marked by a profound personal tragedy. Moyne's son was killed in a car accident, her daughter died of an overdose, and her husband was committed to an asylum after suffering a breakdown. Although no direct link exists between these tragedy and the diamond, the eerie pattern of misfortune only fueled the stone's dark reputation, and Milan came to believe that the gem was indeed cursed. Eventually, the diamond was sold to pay off McLean's debts, passing into the hands of New York jeweler Harry Winston. Unlike many of its previous owners, Winston did not experience personal tragedy from the diamond, although he did come to view it as a dangerous and unsettling relic. Perhaps seeking to avoid the diamond's alleged curse, he decided to donate it to the Smithsonian Institution in 1958, where it has remained ever since. Winston sent the diamond to the Smithsonian through the ordinary mail, wrapped in brown paper and delivered in a plain box, an unceremonious end to a Long and dramatic journey in the Smithsonian, the Hope Diamond found a home where it could be viewed by the public, and perhaps the curse was finally laid to rest. Yet even in the Smithsonian, the Hope Diamond's legend lives on. Tourists come from around the world to gaze upon its deep blue glow, captivated by both its beauty and its dark history. Although the curse has largely faded into legend, some still believe that the diamond carries an aura of misfortune. Stories persist of minor mishaps among those who handle the gem, minor accidents, lost items, sudden illnesses, all adding subtle fuel to the idea that the Hope Diamond's curse is not entirely dormant. Scientists and historians of course dismiss the curse as pure superstition, pointing out that the supposed tragedies associated with the diamond often have natural explanations. They argue that the curse was likely invented as a way to enhance the diamond's mystique and market value. Tales of curses, after all, have long accompanied precious jewels, particularly those with unusual features or origins in foreign lands. The Hope Diamond's deep blue color, caused by traces of boron within its crystal structure, is rare in diamonds and likely contributed to the aura of mystery that surrounds it. Yet for those who believe in the curse, scientific explanations are little comfort. The pattern of misfortune seems too persistent to dismiss as coincidence. Whether cursed or not, the Hope Diamond remains one of the world's most famous and valuable gems, a relic of the past that carries with it centuries of intrigue, tragedy, and wonder. For some, it is simply a beautiful gemstone, a masterpiece of nature and geology. For others, it is an object of fascination, holding within it the echoes of lives touched by misfortune, a reminder of the power that legends and superstition can hold over us. The Hope Diamond's allure lies not only in its deep blue glow, but also in its legacy as a symbol of human fascination with the unknown, with the forces beyond our understanding that might touch our lives in strange and unexplainable ways. Today, encased in glass and lit to highlight its haunting beauty, the Hope Diamond rests as both a marvel of nature and a legend in its own right. Whether it truly bears a curse or simply a tali woven from misfortune, the gem continues to captivate those who see it, a darkly glittering reminder of the mysterious powers we sometimes believe dwell within the most beautiful of things. Chapter 41. The mystery of the Lycurgus cup in the British Museum, an unassuming yet remarkable artifact in a display case, quietly defying our understanding of ancient technology, known as the Lycurgus cup. This 4th century Roman glass chalice captivates with a unique and mysterious property. It changes color depending on the angle of light. In normal lighting, the cup appears a soft jade green, but when illuminated from behind it, transforms into a vibrant, almost blood red hue. This optical marvel, discovered to be the result of nanoscale particles embedded within the glass, has puzzled scientists and historians alike. How did the Romans achieve such an effect? Centuries before the concept of nanoparticles was even known, the Lycurgus cup, named after its depiction of the myth of King Lycurgus, a figure from Greek mythology, is a rare example of a cage cup, a type of Roman glasswork where a relief design is carefully carved to leave parts of the glass surface open. The cup depicts Lycurgus entangled in grape vines, a punishment meted out by Dionysus, the god of wine, after the king opposed his worship. The scene is intricate, with delicate vines, figures, and expressions etched into the glass, showcasing the rim arable craftsmanship of ancient artisans. Yet as beautiful as the carving is the color-changing properties of the cup that have set it apart as a technological marvel, sparking intense curiosity about the knowledge held by Roman glassmakers. It wasn't until the 20th century that scientists began to understand the Lycurgus cup's unusual color-changing effect. Upon close analysis, researchers discovered that the glass contained tiny particles of gold and silver embedded within the material at a ratio and scale so precise that it influences the way light passes through the glass. These nanoparticles are just a few nanometers across, far smaller than anything that would have been visible to the human eye when light interacts with these particles. it causes electrons within the metal atoms to oscillate in a specific way, a phenomenon known as surface plasma resonance. This interaction results in the dramatic color change observed in the cup. The discovery of these nanoparticles astonished researchers, as the ability to manipulate materials at such a fine scale was believed to be beyond the abilities of ancient technology even today. Creating glass with such properties requires specialized knowledge and precise control. How did the Romans achieve this effect? Was it a result of intentional experimentation, or was it an accidental discovery by artisans who noticed the visual effect and preserved the technique without fully understanding the science behind it? One theory suggests that Roman glassmakers stumbled upon this effect by chance while experimenting with different metal additives to enhance the appearance of their glass. Gold and silver were sometimes used to tint glass in the ancient world, and it's possible that through repeated trial and error, artisans discovered that a particular combination and treatment could produce a color-shifting effect. Once they observed the outcome, they may have developed a method to replicate it. Even if they didn't understand the exact principles behind the effect, yet the rarity of such artifacts. No other examples of Roman glass with this precise optical quality have been found, suggests that the technique may have been lost or remained limited to a small circle of skilled artisans. Others speculate that the Laris cup was the work of a master artisan or a specialized workshop that kept the knowledge of its creation closely guarded. Secret in ancient Rome, certain crafts and techniques were considered highly valuable, with guilds and families closely guarding their trade secrets. It's possible that the method of creating nanoparticle-infused glass was known to only a few, pasted down within a select group, and eventually lost as the Roman Empire declined. The Laris cup raises intriguing questions about ancient knowledge and the potential reach of Roman craftsmanship. Were the Romans capable of manipulating materials on a microscopic level, even if only intuitively? Some researchers point out that the cup may be evidence of an advanced, though perhaps empirical, understanding of how metals interact with light. Roman artisans were known for their experimentation, often creating new materials and techniques through hands-on experience. The Laris cup could represent the peak of such experimental craftsmanship, a chance achievement that reveals a glimpse of knowledge that might otherwise have been lost to history for many. The Lyre cup represents more than a technological curiosity. It embodies the mystery of human creativity and ingenuity. Ancient artisans worked with the materials available to them, experimenting with fire, minerals, and metals to produce art and tools of extraordinary beauty. The Laris cup reminds us that even without modern technology, ancient societies were capable of achieving remarkable feats, blending art and science in ways that can still surprise us today. Although no definitive explanation for the creation of the Laris cup has been found, its beauty and mystery continue to inspire awe. Scientists today are still studying the cup, hoping to uncover more about its unique properties and perhaps to learn lessons that could apply to modern material science. The phenomenon of surface plasma resonance, once believed to be a modern discovery, is now understood to have been harnessed, however unintentionally, by artisans in the ancient world. This realization serves as a reminder that the wisdom of the past sometimes exceeds our expectations, challenging our assumptions about what ancient people could achieve. To today, as it rests within the British Museum, the Laris cup is not only an artifact of the Roman Empire, but a symbol of the power of discovery, of the creativity that has driven human progress for millennia. Its green and red hues continue to shift as light moves around it, captivating viewers with a spectacle that is as much a feat of art as of science. The Laris cup endures as a mystery and a masterpiece, inviting us to wonder at the depths of human skill and the secrets that might yet lie undiscovered within the relics of our past. Chapter 42. The construction of the pyramids. The construction of the pyramids, particularly the Great Pyramid of Giza, is one of the most Intriguing and enduring mysteries of human history, these monumental structures have stood the test of time for thousands of years, inspiring awe and speculation about the methods and motivations behind their creation. This narrative delves deeply into every known and hypothesized aspect of pyramid construction, piecing together historical, archaeological, and theoretical perspectives to provide a comprehensive account of this ancient engineering marvel. The story of the pyramids begins with ancient Egypt itself, a civilization that emerged along the Nile River around 3100 BCE. The Nile provided fertile land, enabling agricultural surpluses that supported a complex society capable of undertaking massive architectural projects. The early dynastic period saw the development of mastus rectangular tombs that were precursors to the pyramids. The concept of monumental tombs evolved during the Old Kingdom, culminating in the construction of the Great Pyramid during the 4th dynasty under Pharaoh Khufu. The pyramids were deeply intertwined with Egyptian beliefs in the afterlife. They were designed as eternal resting places for pharaohs, ensuring their safe passage to the afterlife and their continued role as intermediaries between the gods and the people. The scale and precision of these structures reflect the Egyptians' religious devotion and their technological capabilities. The Great Pyramid, built around 2560 BC, is the largest and most famous of the pyramids, originally standing at 146.640. It was the tallest man-made structure in the world for over 3,800 years. Constructed using an estimated 2.3 million blocks of limestone and granite, the pyramid weighs approximately 6 million tons. The construction of the Great Pyramid is attributed to Pharaoh Khufu, known as Khopsen. Greek, it was part of a larger complex that included smaller pyramids, temples, and the Sphinx. Design and execution of such a project required meticulous planning, vast resources, and a highly organized workforce. The primary materials used in the construction of the Great Pyramid were limestone for the core and casing, and granite for the inner chambers and structural elements. The Tura limestone, renowned for its fine quality, was quarried on the east bank of the Nile and transported across the river. The granite sourced from Aswan was transported over 800 kilometers to the construction site. Quarrying techniques included the use of copper tools for cutting softer limestone and weight pounders for harder granite. Evidence from ancient quarries reveals that workers employed a combination of chiseling, hammering, and levering to extract and shape the stones. The transportation of massive stone blocks from quarries to the pyramid site is a subject of great debate. The most widely accepted theory involves sledges lubricated with water to reduce friction. Recent discoveries suggest that the Egyptians constructed specially designed canals and aid the Nile's seasonal flooding to move stones closer to the construction site. Drawings and inscriptions indicate that large teams of workers, organized into crews, were responsible for hauling the stones. Experiments have demonstrated that lubricated sledges could significantly ease the burden, requiring fewer workers than previously assumed. The actual construction of the pyramid remains a topic of intense speculation. Theories range from simple ramps to elaborate cranes and counterweights. One common hypothesis involves the use of straight or zigzagging ramps made of mud brick and limestone chippings. A straight ramp would have been extended as the pyramid rose, but this method would have required enormous amounts of material and space. Ramps built along the pyramid's faces could have reduced the volume of material needed and allowed for more efficient construction. Some researchers propose that ramps were built inside the pyramid, leaving no visible traces on the exterior. In addition to ramps, levers and wooden sledges likely played crucial roles in positioning the stones. Experimental archaeology has shown that relatively simple tools could achieve impressive feats when combined with ingenuity and collective effort. The workforce responsible for building the pyramids was not composed of slaves as often portrayed in popular culture instead. Archaeological evidence suggests that skilled laborers and seasonal workers formed the bulk of the workforce. These workers were housed in nearby settlements where they had access to food, medical care, and other necessities. Graffiti left by workers indicates a sense of camaraderie and pride in their work. Teams were organized into crews of about 20 members, each with specific tasks such as cutting, transporting, or placing. Stone supervisors and foremen coordinated these efforts, ensuring efficiency and precision. The Great Pyramid's alignment with the cardinal points is astonishingly accurate, deviating by only a fraction of a degree. This precision suggests advanced knowledge of astronomy and geometry. The ancient Egyptians likely used the stars, particularly the Big Dipper and Little Dipper, to align the pyramid during construction. The dimensions of the pyramid also reveals sophisticated mathematical understanding. The ratio of the pyramid's height to the perimeter of its base approximates the value of pi, though it remains unclear whether this was intentional or a coincidence, despite extensive research. Many aspects of pyramid construction remain unexplained. Theories range from the plausible to the fantastical. Some suggest that water was used to float stones into place. Others propose the use of cranes, pulleys, or other devices to lift heavy stones. A fringe theory posits that advanced beings from other worlds aided in the construction. While these theories often capture the public imagination, most scholars emphasize the ingenuity and resourcefulness of the ancient Egyptians. The pyramids have influenced architecture and engineering for millennia. They symbolize the enduring human quest to push boundaries and achieve greatness beyond their architectural significance. They offer insights into the social, economic, and religious fabric of ancient Egypt. Advances in technology such as satellite imaging, ground-penetrating radar, and 3D modeling continue to shed light on pyramid construction. Recent findings include the discovery of workers' diaries detailing the logistics of transporting materials and the remains of ancient ramps. The pyramids stand as a testament to human ambition, creativity, and perseverance. They remind us of our capacity to dream and to turn those dreams into reality, even in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges. These monuments are not merely relics of a bygone era. They are a continuous source of inspiration, inviting us to uncover the secrets of their creation while celebrating the boundless potential of human ingenuity. Chapter 43. The disappearance of Queen Nefertiti. Queen Nefertiti, one of the most iconic and enigmatic figures in ancient Egyptian history, continues to fascinate scholars and the public alike. Her beauty, power, and prominence during the 18th dynasty are celebrated through artistic masterpieces and historical texts. Yet, despite her undeniable significance, Nefertiti seemingly vanishes from the historical record in the latter years of her life, leaving a trail of questions and mysteries to this day. Her ultimate fate and burial site remain topics of intense debate and speculation as researchers endeavor to piece together the story of this extraordinary Queen. Nefertiti emerged as a pivotal figure in the reign of Pharaoh Anan, her husband, during a period of profound religious and cultural transformation. Aken's reign, marked by the establishment of Azim, a monotheistic worship of the sun disk at 10, upended traditional Egyptian polytheistic practices. Nefertiti was not merely a consort, but a co-regent and active participant in this revolutionary era. Depictions of her in art show her in roles of great authority, offering sacrifices to a TT-10 and wielding symbols of power traditionally reserved for pharaohs. Her prominence in these depictions suggests she was more than a ceremonial figure. She was a dynamic leader whose influence rivaled that of the king himself. The question of her disappearance arises primarily from the abrupt cessation of references to Nefertiti in historical records early in Akhenaten's reign. Her name and image were ubiquitous, appearing on monuments, inscriptions, and statues. However, around the 12th or 14th year of Akhenaten's reign, this prominence diminishes sharply. There are no definitive records explaining the shift, leading to numerous theories about what might have happened to her. Some suggest she died during this period, possibly due to illness, childbirth, or political intrigue. Others propose that she may have taken on a new role or identity, possibly even ascending to the throne as Pharaoh Nefertiti. One compelling theory posits that Nefertiti adopted the guise of a male pharaoh following Akhenaten's death or during the final years of his reign. This theory is supported by inscriptions and artifacts referencing a ruler named Nefertiti, whose identity remains ambiguous. Some scholars believe this name refers to Nefertiti in her later years ruling Egypt in her own right. If true, this would make her one of the few women to achieve such a status in ancient Egyptian history, rivaling the later achievements of Hatshepsut and Cleopatra. The mystery deepens when considering the absence of Nepa's burial site. Despite her high status, no tomb definitively attributed to her has been discovered. This is particularly puzzling given the elaborate burial traditions of ancient Egypt, especially for royals. The royal tombs of Amun, the city built by Akhenaten, contain no conclusive evidence of her interment. Some speculate that her tomb might have been relocated or destroyed during the backlash against Azum following Aeon's death. Others suggest that her burial site may yet lie undiscovered, concealed beneath the sands of Egypt, or hidden within a larger, more complex tomb. In recent years, technological advancements have reignited the search for a Nepati resting place. Radar scans conducted in the tomb of Tutankhamun, widely believed to be her stepson, have revealed anomalies that some interpret as hidden chambers. Proponents of this theory argue that these chambers could contain the remains of Nefertiti, interred in secrecy during the tumultuous transition back to traditional Egyptian religious practices. While the results of these scans remain inconclusive, they highlight the enduring allure of Nefertiti's story and the potential for future discoveries to reshape our understanding of her life and death. The possibility that her burial site remains undiscovered continues to inspire archaeological missions across Egypt, from the Valley of the Kings to the lesser explored regions of Amona. Researchers persist in their quest. These efforts are bolstered by new technologies such as ground penetrating radar and isotope analysis, which offer non-invasive ways to investigate potential burial sites. Additionally, the discovery of worker settlements and tools in Amana sheds light on the logistics and human effort behind royal tomb construction, offering clues that may eventually lead to Napa's final resting place beyond her physical disappearance. Nefertiti's legacy endures through the artistic and cultural achievements of her era. The iconic bust of Nefertiti, discovered in 1912 by German archaeologist Ludwig Piri, remains one of the most recognizable artifacts from ancient Egypt. Its exquisite craftsmanship and serene beauty have immortalized her in the collective imagination, ensuring that her name and image continue to captivate audiences worldwide. This bust, along with other depictions of Nefertiti, underscores her role as a symbol of grace, power, and innovation during a period of significant change. Equally intriguing is Naba's role in the religious upheaval of her time. Atonism, emphasis on a single deity, represented a radical departure from traditional Egyptian religious practices, and Nefertiti's active participation in this movement suggests she was deeply invested in its success. Her disappearance coincides with the decline of Azum, prompting questions about whether her fate was linked to the political and religious turbulence that followed. Akhenaten's death. Did her association with Atonism make her a target for those seeking to restore traditional beliefs, or did she adapt and survive by aligning herself with the shifting power dynamics of the time? Some researchers argue that Nefertiti's disappearance may reflect a deliberate erasure from history, a common practice in Egypt when rulers sought to consolidate power or rewrite the narrative of their predecessors. The destruction of Anan city, Amana, and the systematic defacement of S monuments suggest a concerted effort to obliterate this chapter of history. If Nefertiti continued to wield influence after Akhenaten's Death, her eraser, could have been part of this broader campaign to restore traditional religious and political structures. The disappearance of Queen Nefertiti is more than a historical puzzle. It is a reflection of the complexities and intrigues of ancient Egyptian society. Her story intertwines with themes of power, religion, and identity, offering a lens through which to explore the broader dynamics of her time, whether she died prematurely, assumed a new identity, or ruled as a pharaoh in her own right. Nepa's life and legacy remain a testament to the enduring mysteries of ancient Egypt. As researchers continue to unravel the threads of her story, they are reminded of the richness and depth of a civilization that continues to inspire wonder and curiosity. Thousands of years later, the enigma of Nefertiti's disappearance also reflects the broader challenges of reconstructing ancient history. The fragmentary nature of archaeological evidence, combined with the biases and limitations of historical records, makes definitive conclusions elusive, yet this very uncertainty fuels the enduring fascination with Nefertiti and her era. Each new discovery, whether it's a fragment of pottery, a faded inscription, or a groundbreaking technological breakthrough, adds another piece to the puzzle, drawing us closer to understanding the life and legacy of this extraordinary queen. In many ways, Nefertiti's story is emblematic of the enduring allure of ancient Egypt itself. Her beauty, power, and mystery capture the imagination, while her disappearance invites endless speculation and inquiry. As long as her final resting place remains undiscovered, and as long as questions about her fate persist, Nefertiti will continue to occupy a central place in the study of ancient history, reminding us of the inexhaustible depths of the human past. Chapter 44: The Curse of King Tutankhamun. The supposed curse of King Tutankhamun's tomb has captivated imaginations for over a century, weaving a tale of misfortune, mystery, and ancient wrath. The discovery of the tomb in 1922 by Howard Carter and his team marked one of the most significant archaeological finds of all time, revealing an extraordinary trove of treasures buried with the young pharaoh. However, it was not just the wealth of artifact facts that captured public attention, but also the rumors of a supernatural curse set to afflict anyone who dared to disturb the sacred burial site. This enduring legend has sparked endless debate and speculation, blending historical events with sensationalized narratives and fueling the fascination with ancient Egypt mysteries. The origins of the curse can be traced to the events surrounding the excavation of the tomb on November 4th, 1922. Carter's team uncovered the entrance to the tomb in the Valley of the Kings, and by February 1923, they had begun to reveal its contents. The tomb's discovery was unprecedented in its richness and preservation, including a golden burial mask, intricate jewelry, ceremonial chariots, and an array of other priceless artifacts. Yet, even as the world celebrated this monumental find, stories of ominous occurrences began to circulate. The most famous incident associated with the curse was the sudden death of Lord Caravan, the expedition's financial backer. Just a few months after the tomb's opening, Caravan succumbed to an infected mosquito bite, which developed into blood poisoning, leading to his untimely demise in April 1923. His death coincided with a power outage in Cairo, further fueling rumors of a malevolent force at work. Sensationalist newspapers seized on the story, linking Caravan's death to an ancient curse inscribed on the tomb, warning of doom to those who entered. In reality, no such inscription has ever been found in Tutankhamun's tomb, but the legend persisted. Other deaths and misfortunes among those connected to the excavation were quickly attributed to the curse. Arthur Mace, a member of Carter's team, fell ill and died in 1928. Radiologist Archibald Douglas Reed, who x-rayed Tutankhamun's mummy, also passed away shortly after his involvement. Even Carter's canary, rumored to have been devoured by a cobra, a symbol of Egyptian royalty, became part of the curse's law. While these incidents were likely coincidental or unrelated, they fed into the narrative of a supernatural retribution, capturing the public's imagination. The concept of a curse itself is deeply rooted in the religious and cultural practices of ancient Egypt. Protective spells and warnings were often inscribed in tombs to deter grave robbers and safeguard the deceased in the afterlife, while Tutankhamun's tomb lacks any explicit curse inscription. Similar warnings have been found in other burial sites. For example, the tomb of the pharaoh Ankh contains a chilling admonition against anyone who might disturb the resting place, invoking divine wrath and suffering upon intruders. Such beliefs underscore the sacred nature of these tombs and the profound fear of desecrating the dead. Modern science offers alternative explanations for the so-called curse. Some researchers suggest that ancient tombs sealed for millennia may harbor harmful substances such as mold bacteria or toxic gases. Aspergillus, a type of mold that thrives in dark, damp environments, has been identified in some tombs and can cause respiratory illnesses. Additionally, exposure to bat guano and other organic matter could lead to infections or allergic reactions. These natural hazards combined with the arduous conditions of archaeological work may explain the illnesses and deaths attributed to the curse. The psychological impact of the curse cannot be overlooked. The power of suggestion and the influence of media played significant roles in perpetuating the legend. Reports of caravans' death and other tragedies were often sensationalized with headlines proclaiming the vengeance of the pharaohs. The curses narrative tapped into broader themes of colonial exploration, cultural appropriation, and the tension between ancient traditions and modern science. For many, the idea of a curse served as a poetic justice for the perceived violation of sacred ground. Despite the widespread belief in the curse, many individuals associated with the tomb's discovery lived long, unremarkable lives. Howard Carter himself, the central figure in the excavation, died of natural causes in 1939 at the age of 64, nearly 2 decades after opening the tomb. Other members of the team and their families also escaped any unusual misfortune. These cases challenge the notion of a universal curse, suggesting that the tragedies surrounding the tomb were more a product of chance than of supernatural intervention. The legend of the curse has left an indelible mark on popular culture, inspiring countless books, films, and documentaries. From Hollywood blockbusters to eerie ghost stories, the tale of Tutankhamen's curse continues to capture the imagination of audiences worldwide. Its enduring appeal lies in its ability to blend history, mystery, and the supernatural, creating a narrative that transcends time and culture. In the broader context of archaeology and cultural heritage, the curse raises important questions about the ethics of excavation and the treatment of ancient artifacts. The tombs of Egypt's pharaohs were intended as eternal resting places, yet their contents have been removed, displayed, and studied in ways that often prioritize scientific discovery over cultural sensitivity. The idea of a curse can be seen as a metaphorical warning about the consequences of disrupting the past without respect for its context and meaning. Over the years, advancements in archaeology have provided new insights into the tomb of Tutankhamun and the events surrounding its discovery. Detailed studies of the artifacts have revealed intricate details about the life and reign of the young pharaoh, offering a glimpse into the wealth and complexity of ancient Egyptian civilization. Scientific analyses, including DNA testing and CT scans of Tutankhamun's mummy, have shed light on his lineage, health, and potential causes of death, further demystifying aspects of his short life. The alleged curse has also become a lens through which to examine the intersection of science and superstition. While the scientific explanations for illnesses and accidents associated with the tomb are compelling, the persistence of the curse's legend speaks to humanity's enduring fascination with the supernatural. The notion of a curse taps into deep-seated fears of the unknown, serving as a reminder of the power of myth to shape our understanding of historical events. One intriguing aspect of the curse's legacy is its role in shaping public perceptions of ancient Egypt. The discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb coincided with a surge of interest in Egyptology, spurred by the dramatic circumstances of the excavation and the subsequent media frenzy. The curse became a central theme in the public's imagination, overshadowing the more nuanced realities of the archaeological find. This fascination with curses and mysteries has contributed to the romanticized and often mystical portrayal of ancient Egypt in popular culture, influencing everything from literature to tourism. The Curse of King Tutankhamun is a story that continues to evolve, enriched by new discoveries and interpretations. It serves as a testament to the enduring allure of ancient Egypt and the ways in which history, mythology, and human imagination intertwine, whether viewed as a historical anomaly, a cultural phenomenon, or a cautionary tale. The legend of the curse reminds us of the complexities of exploring the past and the delicate balance between reverence and curiosity in uncovering its secrets. Ultimately, the curse is less about ancient wrath and more about the power of storytelling. It reflects humanity's fascination with the unknown and our tendency to seek meaning in coincidence and misfortune. As archaeologists and historians continue to study Tutankhamun's tomb and its artifacts, the legend of the curse remains a captivating chapter in the broader narrative of ancient Egypt, reminding us of the inexhaustible mysteries and wonders of this remarkable civilization. Chapter 45, The Lost Labyrinth of Hara. The Lost Labyrinth of Hara, described in awe by ancient historians such as Herodotus and Strabo, stands as one of the most tantalizing enigmas of antiquity. Situated near the foam oasis in Egypt, this monumental structure was said to be unparalleled in grandeur, containing thousands of rooms adorned with hieroglyphs, intricate carvings, and artwork. According to these accounts, the labyrinth was both a palace and a temple constructed to commemorate the glory of the Middle Kingdom Pharaoh Menkaure III. Despite these vivid descriptions, no definitive evidence of the labyrinth's existence has been uncovered, leading archaeologists and historians to grapple with its mysteries and speculate about its true nature. Herodotus, often referred to as the father of history, wrote of the labyrinth during his travels in Egypt in the 5th century BC. He described a structure so vast and intricate that it surpassed even the pyramids in magnificence. According to his accounts, the labyrinth featured 12 covered courts and an estimated 3,000 rooms, half of which were above ground and half below. Herodotus claimed to have seen the labyrinth himself, though he admitted that he was not allowed access to the underground chambers, which were said to house the tombs of kings and sacred crocodiles. Strabo, a Greek geographer and historian who visited Egypt centuries later, corroborated much of Herodotus' account. He described the labyrinth as a sprawling complex of interconnected rooms and corridors, marveling at its complexity and scale. Both Herodotus and Strabo emphasized the labyrinth's dual purpose as a place of religious significance and administrative power. Its construction was attributed to Ameshe, who ruled during the 12th dynasty of the Middle Kingdom and was known for his ambitious building projects, including the Black Pyramid at Dashu. The physical remains of what may have been the labyrinth were first investigated in the 19th century by archaeologists such as Carl Richard Lepsius, who identified a massive stone platform near the Hawara Pyramid as a possible foundation for the legendary structure's subsequent explorations have revealed traces of large-scale architectural features, including colonnades and courtyards, but no conclusive evidence of the labyrinth itself. The site has been heavily eroded by time, flooding, and human activity, complicating efforts to reconstruct its original form. Modern technological advancements have renewed interest in the search for the lost labyrinth. Ground-penetrating radar and magnetic surveys conducted in the early 21st century by teams of researchers have revealed anomalies beneath the surface near the Pyramid of Amenhotep III, suggesting the presence of subsurface structures. Some researchers believe these findings could represent remnants of the labyrinth or related complexes, though definitive conclusions remain elusive. The lack of comprehensive excavation in the area leaves many questions unanswered, fueling ongoing debate and speculation. The labyrinth's purported grandeur and significance have also inspired a wealth of theories about its purpose and meaning. Some scholars view it as a symbolic representation of the cosmos, reflecting the ancient Egyptians' deep understanding of order and balance. Others argue that the labyrinth functioned primarily as an administrative center, housing records and officials who managed the Phi region's vast agricultural resources. The idea that it served as a tomb complex safeguarding the remains of Amat III and other royals aligns with Her-Us's description of subterranean chambers filled with sacred objects and burial sites. One of the most compelling aspects of the labyrinth legend is its emphasis on duality. Herodotus and Strabo both mention the structure's above ground and underground components, suggesting a deliberate architectural symbolism. The above ground rooms may have served public or ceremonial function, while the underground chambers were reserved for sacred and funerary purposes. This duality mirrors the ancient Egyptian worldview, which often emphasized the interplay between the visible and the hidden, the earthly and the divine. The labyrinth's association with Amenet I further deepens its intrigue, as Pharaoh is often regarded as one of the most innovative rulers of the Middle Kingdom, credited with large-scale irrigation projects and architectural advancements. His reign saw the transformation of the Foam region into a fertile agricultural hub supported by a network of canals and reservoirs. The labyrinth may have been intended as a monumental testament to these achievements, embodying the pharaoh's vision of order and prosperity. The cultural and historical impact of the lost labyrinth extends far beyond its physical location. It has become a symbol of human curiosity and the enduring allure of ancient mysteries. The labyrinth legend has influenced literature, art, and popular culture, serving as a metaphor for complexity, discovery, and the unknown. Writers and artists throughout history have drawn inspiration from its story, imagining it as a place of wonder and peril, where the boundaries between reality and myth blur. One of the challenges in confirming the existence of the labyrinth lies in reconciling the historical accounts with the archaeological record. Herodotus and Strabo wrote centuries after the labyrinth's supposed construction, relying on secondhand information and their interpretations of what they observed. Their descriptions, while vivid, may have been influenced by the oral traditions and cultural biases of their time. The labyrinth's sheer scale and intricacy, as described in ancient texts, raise questions about the feasibility of such a structure given the technological and logistical constraints of the Middle Kingdom period. Despite these challenges, the search for the lost labyrinth continues to captivate archaeologists and enthusiasts. Its potential discovery would represent a groundbreaking achievement in the study of ancient Egypt, shedding light on the engineering, religious practices, and political organization of one of history's most remarkable civilizations. Even in the absence of defining evidence, the labyrinth remains a powerful symbol of humanity's quest for knowledge and our enduring fascination with the mysteries of the past. The enduring allure of the lost labyrinth also speaks to its role as a bridge between ancient and modern worlds. In antiquity, it was a testament to human ingenuity and the Egyptians' mastery of architecture and symbolism. Today, it serves as a reminder of the limits of our knowledge and the potential for discovery. Advances in technology, such as high-resolution satellite imaging and non-invasive archaeological techniques, offer new avenues for exploration, keeping the hope of uncovering the labyrinth alive. The story of the lost Labyrinth of Hawara serves as a reminder of the complexities of interpreting history. It underscores the interplay between fact and fiction, the limitations of ancient sources, and the ways in which modern science can enhance our understanding of the past, whether as a tangible structure waiting to be unearthed or as a creation of ancient imagination. The labyrinth continues to inspire awe and wonder, embodying the timeless allure of ancient Egypt and its enduring legacy. The search for this extraordinary mountain reminds us that history is not a static record, but a dynamic and ever-evolving puzzle, inviting us to piece together the fragments of the past and reimagine the stories of those who came before. U.S. Chapter 46. The Mystery of the Sphinx's Missing Nose, the Great Sphinx of Giza, an iconic symbol of ancient Egypt, has stood guard near the pyramids for thousands of years, its enigmatic gaze fixed on the horizon. Yet despite its grandeur and historical significance, one striking feature is conspicuously absent its nose. The missing nose of the Sphinx has been a source of fascination and speculation for centuries, giving rise to theory that range from plausible to fantastical. This enduring mystery invites us to delve into history, art, and archaeology to understand what might have caused the Sphinx to lose this prominent feature. The Great Sphinx, believed to have been constructed during the reign of Pharaoh Khafre around 2500 BC, is carved from a single block of limestone at approximately 73 m long and 20 m high. It is one of the largest and oldest monolithic statues in the world. Originally, the Sphinx would have been a vivid sight painted in bright colors with its nose and facial features intact. However, by the time of modern documentation, the Sphinx's nose was already missing, sparking questions about what might have happened to it. One popular theory attributes the missing nose to deliberate destruction during a period of iconoclasm. The most widely circulated story suggests that the nose was destroyed in the 14th century, by a Sufi mystic named Muhammad Saim Alar. According to this account, Alar was enraged by local peasants who made offerings to the Sphinx in the belief that it could influence agricultural fertility. Viewing this practice as idolatrous, he is said to have defaced the statue to prevent further worship. While this narrative is compelling, its historical accuracy remains debated, as the earliest written accounts of this story appear centuries after the alleged event. Another theory posits that the Sphinx's nose was lost to artillery fire during Napoleon Bonaparte military campaign in Egypt in the late 18th century. While vivid and often repeated, this explanation lacks supporting evidence. Early sketches of the Sphinx made by travelers and scholars, including drawings from the 16th century, show the statue without its nose, predating Napoleon's arrival in Egypt. These sketches suggest that the nose was missing long before the French campaign. Natural erosion presents yet another possible explanation. The Sphinx, carved from a combination of hard and soft limestone, has suffered extensive weathering over millennia due to wind, sand, and temperature fluctuations. The nose, being a relatively protruding and delicate part of the structure, may have succumbed to natural forces. However, the symmetrical damage and the absence of clear erosion patterns where the nose once was point toward deliberate removal rather than gradual decay. Archaeological evidence adds further intrigue to the mystery. Close examination of the Sphinx's face reveals tool marks around the area where the nose was attached, suggesting it was chiseled off with precision. The 1 m wide nose would have required significant effort to remove, implying that the act was intentional and possibly symbolic. The reasons behind such an act remain speculative, but could range from religious motivations to political statements. The missing nose of the Sphinx has also been the subject of various cultural and artistic interpretations. In ancient times, statues and monuments were often defaced as a way to diminish the power or legacy of the individuals they represented. Damaging the nose specifically was a common practice, as it was believed to sever the statue's ability to breathe and thus its connection to the spiritual realm. This practice was not unique to the Sphinx, but was observed across many ancient cultures, including Egypt. Modern debates about the missing nose have also ventured into the realm of conspiracy theories and pseudoscience. Some have suggested that the Sphinx's nose was removed to obscure its original appearance, aligning with speculative claims about the statue's racial or ethnic characteristics. While these theories often lack credible evidence and are dismissed by mainstream Scholars, they highlight the cultural and symbolic power the Sphinx continues to hold in contemporary discourse. The mystery of the Sphinx's missing nose is not just a question of historical curiosity, but a reflection of the broader challenges in understanding the past, the lack of definitive records, and the interplay of natural and human factors make it difficult to pinpoint a single explanation. Yet this very ambiguity adds to the allure of the Sphinx, inviting ongoing exploration and interpretation. The loss of the Sphinx's nose also speaks to the vulnerability of cultural monuments over time. Throughout history, statues, temples, and other works of art have been subjected to destruction or alteration due to changing political, religious, and social dynamics in the case of the Sphinx. The missing nose serves as a reminder of how monuments, no matter how grand or seemingly permanent, are shaped by the societies that interact with them, whether defaced intentionally or lost to natural forces. The absence of the Sphinx's nose reflects the passage of time and the shifting attitudes of those who encountered it. In the broader context of ancient Egypt, the Sphinx represents a complex intersection of mythology, politics, and art. As a guardian figure, the Sphinx symbolized strength and protection, often associated with the sun god Ar. The defacement of such a significant monument may have been an act aimed at undermining the symbolic power it held, whether for religious or political reasons. Alternatively, the loss of the nose might have been an unintended consequence of broader environmental and human activities in the area. The enduring fascination with the Sphinx's missing nose also highlights the power of storytelling in shaping historical narratives from early travelers' accounts to modern media. The mystery of the missing nose has been retold and reimagined, often emphasizing the dramatic and the mysterious. These stories reflect our ongoing fascination with ancient Egypt and the desire to uncover its secrets, even as new discoveries and technologies continue to refine our understanding. Recent advancements in digital reconstruction and archaeological science offer new possibilities for exploring the history of the Sphinx. High-resolution imaging, 3D modeling, and material analysis may provide additional clues about how the statue was constructed and altered over time. These tools not only deepen our knowledge of the Sphinx, but also contribute to broader efforts to preserve and protect cultural heritage sites worldwide. As one of the world's most recognizable monuments, the Great Sphinx of Giza embodies the enduring legacy of ancient Egypt. Its missing nose, far from diminishing its significance, adds a layer of intrigue and mystery that captures the imagination of historians, archaeologists, and the general public alike. Whether the result of iconoclasm, warfare, natural forces, or a combination of these factors, the absence of the Sphinx's nose serves as a testament to the passage of time and the complex interplay of history, culture, and human intervention. The mystery of the Sphinx's missing nose continues to inspire new research and debate, ensuring that this ancient monument remains a vibrant subject of inquiry and fascination. It challenges us to think critically about the stories we tell, the evidence we uncover, and the ways in which history is preserved and interpreted. Ultimately, the Sphinx's missing nose is more than a historical anomaly. It is a symbol of the ongoing quest to understand our past and the enduring impact of ancient civilizations on the modern world. Chapter 47, The Hidden Chambers in the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid of Giza, an enduring symbol of human ingenuity and ambition, continues to reveal secrets that deepen our fascination with ancient Egypt. Standing for over 4,500 years, this architectural marvel has long been a subject of exploration and speculation. Recent advancements in technology have uncovered mysterious voids within its structure, leading to heated debates. Are these voids hidden chambers, architectural features, or simply structural gaps constructed during the reign of Pharaoh Khufu around 2560 BCE? The Great Pyramid was designed as both a monumental tomb and a symbol of the pharaoh's divine authority. Its precise alignment with the cardinal points and its massive scale, comprising an estimated 2.3 million limestone blocks, demonstrate the extraordinary skill of its builders. Despite centuries of study, the pyramid has retained an aura of mystery, particularly regarding its internal architecture. In 2017, the Scan Pyramids Project, an international collaboration of scientists and archaeologists, made headlines with the announcement of two significant voids detected within the pyramid using Mound radiography, a technique that tracks cosmic particles as they pass through solid structures. Researchers identified these anomalies without physically disturbing the ancient monument. The findings sparked global intrigue and renewed interest in uncovering the pyramid's hidden aspects. The first and most notable discovery was a large void located above the Grand Gallery, a sloping corridor that connects the Queen's chair chamber and the King's chamber. This void, often referred to as the Big Void, measures approximately 30 meters in length and remains inaccessible. Its purpose and origin have fueled various theories. Some propose that it may be an undiscovered ceremonial chamber, while others suggest it served a structural function such as relieving pressure on the Grand Gallery below. The second anomaly near the pyramid's northern face has been interpreted as a potential corridor passage. The smaller void's location and configuration have led some researchers to speculate about the existence of a hidden entrance or another unexplored pathway leading deeper into the pyramid. However, these interpretations remain speculative as no direct access to the voids has yet been achieved. The idea of hidden chambers within the Great Pyramid is not new. Historical accounts from ancient writers, including Herodotus, describe elaborate mechanisms and concealed rooms meant to safeguard the pharaoh's treasures. While much of Herodotus' narrative is considered mythical, the allure of secret chambers has persisted through centuries of exploration. Archaeologists and adventurers alike have probed the pyramid's depths, often yielding more questions than answers. One compelling hypothesis regarding the Big Void is that it might have been a constructional feature. Building a structure of such immense scale required innovative techniques to manage weight distribution and maintain stability. The void could represent an internal ramp or workspace used during construction. This theory aligns with proposals that internal ramps or scaffolding systems were employed to position the massive stone blocks precisely. Alternatively, the void might reflect an intentional design choice, echoing the ancient Egyptians' mastery of stress management and architectural balance. Another possibility is that these voids are symbolic, representing metaphysical or religious concepts integral to ancient Egyptian cosmology. The pyramid as a whole was more than a tomb. It was a spiritual machine designed to facilitate the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. Hidden chambers or passages might have been conceived as part of this transition, symbolizing the journey through the underworld or the mystery of Rab Earth. Despite the enthusiasm surrounding these discoveries, the lack of direct access to the voids poses a significant challenge. Non-invasive technologies like Mound radiography provide valuable insights, but are limited in their ability to determine the exact nature or contents of these spaces. Proposed methods such as deploying miniature robots or advanced endoscopic devices hold promise, but have yet to be implemented. The Egyptian government, mindful of the need to preserve the integrity of the monument, approaches such proposals with caution. Skeptics argue that the voids may not be as significant as they seem. Large structures often contain unintentional gaps resulting from construction techniques or material imperfections. Without further evidence, it remains uncertain whether the detected anomalies represent purposeful chambers or incidental features. The discovery of these voids has reignited public interest in the Great Pyramid, capturing imaginations worldwide, from documentaries and academic debates to speculative theories involving lost civilizations or extraterrestrial involvement. The voids have become focal point for those Intrigued by the mysteries of ancient Egypt, while some theories lean towards the fantastical, the scientific investigation remains grounded in the pursuit of evidence and understanding. The voids have also prompted discussions about the pyramid's symbolic significance. Ancient Egyptian architecture often blended functionality with deeply spiritual and cosmological themes. The Great Pyramid's precise construction and alignment with celestial bodies reflect an intricate worldview in which earthly structures mirrored the divine order of the universe. Hidden chambers or voids might have served as metaphysical spaces, embodying the transition between life and the afterlife, or representing the mysterious journey of the soul. The history of exploration within the Great Pyramid provides context for the importance of these discoveries, from the earliest recorded penetrations of the pyramid's interior by ancient robbers to the systematic investigations of modern archaeologists. Each effort has added layers of understanding while leaving many questions unanswered. The 19th century excavations by explorers such as Giovanni Battista Cava and How Adeve revealed much about the pyramid's internal structure, but also left a legacy of destruction and conjecture. The application of non-invasive technologies like Mound radiography represents a significant shift, prioritizing preservation while pushing the boundaries of discovery further. The discoveries within the Great Pyramid resonate with broader themes in archaeology and heritage preservation. The debate over how to investigate the voids highlights the tension between the desire for knowledge and the need to protect. Cultural landmarks, advances in technology offer new possibilities for exploration, but they also raise ethical questions about intervention and the balance between curiosity and conservation. Modern scanning technologies have not only uncovered potential hidden chambers, but also shed light on the craftsmanship of the ancient Egyptians. For example, the arrangement of blocks and the use of specific materials to counteract pressure and weight distribution underscore their advanced understanding of engineering principles. The pyramid's longevity and resilience stand as a testament to these techniques, offering lessons that continue to inform modern engineering practices. As research progresses, the investigation of these hidden chambers promises to shed light not only on the Great Pyramid, but also on the people who built it, whether the voids turn out to be ceremonial spaces, functional features, or something entirely unexpected. Their discovery underscores the complexity and ingenuity of the ancient Egyptians. These effings also emphasize the importance of interdisciplinary collaboration, blending archaeology, physics, and engineering to uncover new layers of history. Ultimately, the hidden chambers in the Great Pyramid invite us to ponder deeper questions about the nature of discovery, what motivates us to seek answers to mysteries that have persisted for thousands of years. How do we balance the desire for knowledge with the imperative to preserve our cultural heritage as we await further revelations? The Great Pyramid stands as a testament to human creativity and ambition, a monument that continues to inspire wonder and exploration in every generation. It challenges us to view history not as a closed book, but as an evolving narrative rich with possibilities and untapped insights waiting to be explored and understood anew. Chapter 48, The Dendera Light, the Temple of Hathor at Dendera. One of Egypt's most well-preserved and richly decorated ancient temples has intrigued historians and enthusiasts for centuries. Among its many carvings and reliefs is a depiction that has sparked considerable debate and speculation. The so-called Dendera Light, found in a crypt beneath the temple, the relief appears to depict figures holding a large bulbous object, which some interpret as a form of ancient electrical technology. The question remains, was this a symbolic image steeped in religious or cultural meaning, or could it be evidence of advanced technological knowledge lost to history? The Dendera Light relief features a large elongated shape, often likened to a modern light bulb inside. This bulb is a snake-like figure curling from one end to the other. Supporting the bulb is a lotus flower base while a figure holds it. Aloft, other smaller figures appear to interact with or observe the device on the surface. The step-eye's unusual form has led some to draw comparisons to electrical devices, inspiring theories that the ancient Egyptians possessed advanced technologies beyond what is currently accepted by mainstream archaeology. The most popular alternative theory suggests that the dendera light is evidence of an ancient form of electrical illumination. Proponents of this idea point to the structure's resemblance to a Crick's tube, an early experimental electrical discharge tube, or a Geisler tube, a device that emits light when electrified. The snake inside the bulb is likened to a filament or a stream of charged particles. Supporters of this theory argue that such technology could have been used to light the interiors of tombs and temples, eliminating the need for torches or oil lamps, which would have left soot or residue on the ceilings, something rarely found in these structures. However, mainstream scholars and Egyptologists generally dismiss these interpretations. They argue that the relief's imagery is rooted in the religious and symbolic context of ancient Egyptian culture. The bulb shape, for instance, is more plausibly interpreted as a depiction of a lotus flower in bloom, a common symbol of creation and rebirth in Egyptian art. The snake within the bulb is believed to represent a manifestation of the god Adam or Horus, symbolizing creation energy or the life force. The entire relief from this perspective is a cosmological or mythological representation rather than a depiction of a literal device. The crypt where the dendera light relief is located further supports the symbolic interpretation. These spaces were not functional areas for practical activities, but sacred zones associated with ritual and mysticism. The crypts house ceremonial artifacts and were adorned with esoteric imagery that reflected complex theological ideas. The placement of the dendera light relief in such a context strongly suggests it was intended as a symbolic or spiritual motif rather than a technical diagram. The absence of corroborating evidence also weighs heavily against the technological interpretation. No artifacts resembling light bulbs, electrical generators, or related components have ever been discovered in ancient Egypt. Furthermore, there is no textual evidence in the extensive body of Egyptian writings, including engineering manuals and temple inscriptions, that describes or alludes to such devices. The vast majority of archaeological findings suggest that the ancient Egyptians relied on oil lamps, torches, and natural light for illumination. From a symbolic perspective, the dendera light relief can be seen as a metaphorical expression of ancient Egyptian cosmology. The lotus flower at the base of the bulb is a powerful emblem of creation, often depicted as emerging from the primordial waters of Nun. The snake, a recurring motif in Egyptian art, represents transformation, energy, and renewal. Together, these elements may encapsulate the cycle of life, death, and rebirth themes central to the religious and philosophical beliefs of ancient Egypt. The allure of the dendera light as a potential artifact of advanced technology reflects broader cultural and psychological dynamics. Modern audiences are often drawn to the idea that ancient civilizations possess knowledge or technologies comparable to or exceeding our own. Such theories resonate with the human fascination, mysteries, and the hope of uncovering lost wisdom. However, they also risk overshadowing the genuine achievements of ancient cultures, which are remarkable in their own right. The dendera light debate highlights the importance of context in interpreting ancient artifacts and imagery, removing a single relief from its cultural and historical framework can lead to misleading conclusion, as symbols that held profound meaning for the ancient Egyptians are reinterpreted through the lens of modern assumptions and desires. By situating the dendera light within its proper context, we gain a deeper appreciation for the complexity and richness of Egyptian art and thought. Adding to the complexity of the debate are the technological limitations of the period in question. The production of electricity requires a sophisticated understanding of materials and processes including the generation, storage, and transmission of energy. No evidence exists to suggest that the ancient Egyptians had access to materials like copper wires or the necessary knowledge to construct and maintain electrical devices. The absence of such infrastructure makes the technological interpretation of the aerolite highly implausible. The design and purpose of the crypts themselves provide further insights into the symbolic nature of the dendrolite relief. These subterranean chambers were not intended for public access, but were used exclusively by priests engaged in rituals. The imagery on the walls, including the dendrolite, would have been part of a complex theological narrative that conveyed sacred truths to those initiated into the temple's mysteries. This restricted access underscores the esoteric nature of the relief, aligning it more closely with spiritual symbolism than practical utility. The relief also reflects the artistic conventions of the time, which frequently employed symbolic imagery to convey abstract concepts. In ancient Egyptian art, literal representations were often secondary to the deeper spiritual or cosmological ideas being expressed. The dendrolite, like other temple carvings, may have been designed to evoke a sense of awe and wonder, drawing the viewer into a meditative or reflective state. Modern interpretations of the dendrolite reveal as much about contemporary perspectives as they do about ancient Egypt. The fascination with potential advanced technologies in antiquity often reflects modern desires to see parallels between ancient and modern achievements. These interpretations also highlight the human tendency to project present-day knowledge onto the past, creating narratives that resonate with current technological and cultural preoccupations. Ultimately, the dendrolite remains a fascinating and enigmatic image, inviting speculation and discussion. While the mainstream scholarly consensus supports a symbolic interpretation rooted in religious and cosmological themes, the enduring allure of alternative theories speaks to the human desire to connect with the past in unexpected ways, whether viewed as a representation of mythical creation or as a tantalizing clue to a forgotten technology. The dendrolite continues to capture the imagination, bridging the worlds of ancient art and modern curiosity. As we continue to explore the mysteries of the ancient world, the dendrolite serves as a reminder of the importance of careful scholarship and contextual understanding. It challenges us to look beyond surface appearances and consider the cultural, historical, and spiritual dimensions that shape human creativity and doing. So it enriches our appreciation for the achievements of ancient Egypt and deepens our connection to one of the world's most fascinating civilizations. Chapter 49, The Tomb of Cleopatra and Mark Antony. The Tomb of Cleopatra and Mark Antony, one of history's most famous couples, remains an elusive mystery despite centuries of speculation and exploration. Cleopatra, the last active ruler of the Toic Kingdom of Egypt, and her Roman lover Mark Antony are remembered for their dramatic love story and tragic demise. According to ancient sources, the two were buried together, fulfilling their wish to remain united in death. However, the location of their final resting place has never been conclusively identified, leaving archaeologists and historians to piece together clues in the hope of solving one of antiquity's most enduring enigmas. Historical accounts, primarily from Roman writers such as Plutarch and Cassius Dio, provide tantalizing details about the couple's burial after their defeat by Octavian the Future, Emperor Augustus, at the Battle of Actium in 31 BCE. Antony and Cleopatra returned to Egypt, where their fortunes continued to decline. Antony took his own life after receiving false news of Cleopatra's death, and Cleopatra is believed to have followed suit, famously using an asp or poison to end her life. Pluto's writing suggests that Octavian, despite his animosity towards the couple, permitted them to be buried together in a grand morum, befitting their royal status. The description of the tomb as a splendid and lofty monument has led to speculation about its location. Some scholars suggest it was built within or near Alexandria, Cleopatra's capital and the cultural hub of the ancient Mediterranean Aenean. Others propose that it might have been constructed at Taposiris Magna, an ancient temple complex located about 50 kilometers west of Alexandria. This site has been the focus of extensive archaeological investigations in recent years, yielding significant finds that hint at its importance during Cleopatra's reign. Taposiris Magna, dedicated to Osiris, the god of the afterlife, offers a compelling setting for the couple's tomb. The temple's association with Osiris and Isis, a deity Cleopatra closely identified herself with, aligns with the queen's religious and political strategy of presenting herself as a living goddess. Excavations led by Dominican archaeologist Dr. Kathleen Martinez have uncovered coins bearing Cleopatra's image, fragments of statues, and evidence of a funerary complex, sparking hopes that the tomb may lie nearby. However, no definitive evidence has been found to confirm this theory. The search for Cleopatra and Antony's tomb is complicated by centuries of natural and human-caused changes to the landscape. Alexandria, where the tomb may have been located, has undergone significant transformations due to earthquakes, tsunamis, and rising sea levels. Large portions of the ancient city are now submerged beneath the Mediterranean Sea, making exploration challenging. Underwater archaeology has uncovered remnants of Cleopatra's palace and associated structures, but no trace of the tomb itself. Another challenge lies in the limited and sometimes conflicting nature of historical accounts. Ancient writers often focused on the dramatic aspects of Cleopatra and Antony's lives, offering little concrete information about their burial. Additionally, Roman propaganda following their deaths sought to portray Cleopatra in a negative light, potentially distorting details about her tomb and legacy. Modern researchers must navigate these biases while interpreting the available evidence. The cultural and symbolic significance of Cleopatra and Antony's tomb adds another layer of intrigue to the mystery. Their union represented not only a powerful political alliance, but also the merging of Egyptian and Roman worlds. A tomb built for them might have reflected this duality, combining elements of Toic and Roman funerary traditions. Such a discovery could shed light on the cultural and artistic synthesis that characterized the final years of Cleopatra's reign. The enduring fascination with Cleopatra and Antony's tomb reflects their status as symbols of love, power, and tragedy. Their story has inspired countless work of literature, art, and film, ensuring their legacy endures even as their burial site remains hidden. For archaeologists, the quest to find their tomb is more than a pursuit of fame or treasure. It is a journey into the heart of history, seeking to understand the lives and legacies of two individuals who shaped the ancient world. The potential discovery of the tomb would also provide valuable insights into Toic funerary practices. Cleopatra's reign marked a period of cultural blending with Egyptian and Hellenistic traditions, intertwining in art, religion, and governance. If the tomb exists, it could offer a wealth of artifacts and inscriptions illuminating how these influences manifested in the Queen final resting place. Such findings could redefine our standing of the Pic period, its role in the broader context of Mediterranean history. The search for Cleopatra and Antony's tomb has not been confined to archaeological excavations alone. Advances in technology, including satellite imaging and ground-penetrating radar, have opened new avenues for exploration. These tools allow researchers to detect buried structures and anomalies without disturbing the landscape, increasing the likelihood of locating the tomb while preserving its integrity. Despite these advancements, the quest remains fraught with challenges, patience, ingenuity, and international collaboration. Whether the tomb lies beneath the sands of Taposiris Magna, the waters of Alexandria, or an entirely different location, its discovery would be a testament to the power of human curiosity and perseverance. Until that day, the mystery of Cleopatra and Antony's final resting place continues to fuel exploration and imagination, bridging the gap between history and legend. It serves as a reminder of the complexities of historical research and the enduring allure of Unsolved Mysteries, Chapter 50. The origin of the Rosetta Stone. The Rosetta Stone, one of the most famous artifacts in human history, played a pivotal role in deciphering Egyptian hieroglyphs and unlocking the secrets of ancient Egypt, discovered in 1799 near the town of Rosetta, modern-day Rashid in the Nile Delta. The stone bears inscriptions in 3 scripts: Greek demotic and hieroglyphs, while its significance in the history of linguistics and archaeology is undeniable. Questions about its origin, creation, and original purpose remain only partially answered, shrouded in layers of historical mystery. The Rosetta Stone dates back to 196 BC, during the reign of Toi V Epiphanes, a ruler of the Tut dynasty that governed Egypt. Following the conquest of Alexander the Great, the artifact is a fragment of a larger store, a stone slab inscribed with text meant for public display. The text on the stone is a decree issued by a council of priests affirming the divine status of Tommy V and detailing various reforms and benefits he granted to Egypt's temples and priesthood. This decree was written in 3 scripts to ensure it could be understood by all literate members of Egyptian society: hieroglyphs for religious elites, demotic for the administrative class, and Greek for the ruling Greek-speaking Toic administration. The Rosetta Stone's origins as a royal decree offer insight into the political and religious climate of Toic Egypt. By the time of Tu V's reign, the Toic dynasty faced challenges to its authority, including internal dissent and external threats. Issuing decrees such as the one inscribed on the Rosetta Stone was a strategic move to legitimize the young king's rule and consolidate power by aligning with Egypt's deeply entrenched religious institutions. The priests, as intermediaries between the divine and mortal realms, held significant influence, and their endorsement of Tommy V's reign was crucial for maintaining stability. The question of where the Rosetta Stone was originally erected adds another layer of intrigue. Scholars believe it was one of many stelae created to disseminate the decree across Egypt, possibly displayed in a prominent temple or administrative center. The artifact's discovery in the Nile Delta suggests it was relocated, possibly during antiquity or the early medieval period, when materials from ancient monuments were frequently repurposed for construction. The exact circumstances that led to its deposition near Rosetta remain unknown, leaving historians to speculate about its journey over the millennia. The Rosetta Stone's multilingual inscriptions were key to its later significance. When it was unearthed by French soldiers during Napoleon Bonaparte's campaign in Egypt, scholars quickly recognized its potential to decode hieroglyphs, a script that had been indecipherable for centuries. The stone's Greek inscription provided the crucial link, allowing scholars such as Thomas Young and Jean-Francois Jampu to compare the scripts and gradually unlock the language of ancient Egypt. This breakthrough revolutionized Egyptology, providing access to a vast body of inscriptions, texts, and knowledge about one of his most fascinating civilizations. Despite its fame, the Rosetta Stone is only a fragment of a larger narrative. The decree it bears is part of a broader tradition of multilingual texts issued during the Toic period, reflecting the complex interplay of cultures in Hellenistic Egypt. The tomes ruled over a society where Greek and Egyptian traditions coexisted, sometimes in harmony, sometimes in tension. The trilingual format of the Rosetta Stone exemplifies this cultural blending, serving both as a tool of political communication and as a symbol of the interconnectedness of ancient Mediterranean civilizations. This stone's purpose was deeply tied to its political and religious context, but its legacy far surpasses its original function today. It is celebrated not only as an artifact of historical importance, but also as a symbol of human ingenuity and perseverance in the quest to understand and the past. Its discovery and subsequent study marked the beginning of modern Egyptology, bridging the gap between the ancient and modern worlds. The journey of the Rosetta Stone from ancient Egypt to its current home in the British Museum is itself a story of conquest and cultural exchange following its discovery by the French in 1799. The stone was seized by the British after their victory over Napoleon's forces in Egypt. It was transported to London in 1802, where it became a centerpiece of the British Museum's collection and an enduring symbol of the colonial competition for knowledge and artifacts. This journey, while controversial, underscores the broader historical forces that have shaped our standing of ancient civilizations, even as the Rosetta Stone resides in a museum. Debates about its rightful ownership and the ethics of artifact repatriation continue. Egypt has periodically called for the stone's return, arguing that it represents a crucial part of the nation's heritage. These discussions reflect the broader tension surrounding the legacy of colonialism and the role of museums in preserving and interpreting cultural history. The inscriptions on the Rosetta Stone reveal a great deal about the administrative practices and societal structure of Toic Egypt. The decree not only legitimized Tumibi's role, but also highlighted the role of temples as centers of power and influence. By granting tax exemptions and other privileges to the priesthood, the young king ensured their support, solidifying his position amidst a politically fragmented landscape. This strategic alliance between the monarchy and religious institutions underscores the PAM's adeptness at navigating the complexities of Egyptian tradition and Hellenistic governance. The Rosetta Stone also reflects the broader cultural dynamic of its time. The Toic dynasty's reliance on multilingual inscriptions mirrored the diverse makeup of their kingdom. Greek settlers, native Egyptians, and other groups coexisted within a framework that sought to balance these identities. The use of Greek demotic and hieroglyphs on the Rosetta Stone symbolizes this delicate equilibrium, offering a rare glimpse into the linguistic and cultural interplay of the era. While the Rosetta Stone has answered many questions about ancient Egypt, it has also left others unanswered. The original stela, from which the stone is a fragment, would have provided additional context about its placement and significance. Furthermore, the decree's references to civic temples and locations remain points of interest for archaeologists seeking to reconstruct the political and religious landscape of Toic Egypt. As such, the Rosetta Stone continues to inspire new research and interpretations, serving as both a key to the past and a catalyst for ongoing exploration. The origins of the Rosetta Stone, both as an artifact and as a tool for deciphering the past, encapsulate the complexities of history, culture, and human ambition. While we may never fully uncover the details of its creation and journey, the stone remains a powerful reminder of the interconnectedness of ancient and modern worlds. Its inscriptions, crafted to assert the authority of a young king, have transcended their original purpose to become a cornerstone of our understanding of ancient Egypt and its enduring influence on human history. Chapter 51. The Secret of the Bent Pyramid. The Bent Pyramid at Dushu, built during the reign of Pharaoh Menkaure around 2600 BC, is one of Egypt's most enigmatic structures. Unlike the smooth-sided pyramids that define the iconic imagery of ancient Egypt, the bent pyramid exhibits a unique feature. Its angle of inclination changes approximately halfway up the structure, creating a bent appearance. This architectural anomaly has fascinated historians, architects, and archaeologists for centuries. Was this peculiar shape the result of a design flaw, or was it a deliberate architectural choice reflecting Snefer's innovative vision? The bent pyramid was constructed as part of Snefer's ambitious pyramid building program, which laid the foundation for the later architectural achievements of the Giza pyramids. Originally designed with a steep angle of 54, the pyramid abruptly shifts to a gentler angle of 43. About halfway up, this transition gives the structure its characteristic bend shape and sets it apart from other pyramids of the Old Kingdom. One prevailing theory suggests that the change in angle was necessitated by structural instability. The steep ensuring the pyramid's completion and durability. Another perspective posits that the bent pyramid shape was an intentional design choice rather than a corrective measure. Some scholars argue that the flumbus dual-angle design reflects symbolic or religious significance. The pyramid's lower steep portion may represent the ascent to the heavens, while the gentler upper slope symbolizes a transition to the afterlife or a connection to the horizon. This interpretation aligns with the ancient Egyptian belief system, which placed great emphasis on the journey of the soul and the interplay between the earthly and divine realms. The bent pyramid's unique features extend beyond its shape. Unlike later pyramids, it retains much of its original outer casing, offering invaluable insights into the methods and aesthetics of Old Kingdom pyramid construction. The fine Turo limestone casing would have given the pyramid a brilliant reflective surface, enhancing its visual impact and reinforcing its symbolic significance as a bridge between the mortal and celestial worlds. The pyramid's internal structure also sets it apart from other pyramids of the era. It contains two separate burial chambers, each with its own entrance, one on the north face and another on the west. This unusual arrangement has fueled the speculation about the pyramid's purpose and design. Some researchers suggest that the two chambers reflect a dual function, possibly accommodating the pharaoh's earthly remains and his case spiritual essence, or serving as a backup burial site. The construction of the bent pyramid also provides a glimpse into the evolution of pyramid building techniques. Snefru's architect experimented with different designs, learning from the mistakes and successes of earlier structures. The bent pyramid represents a transitional phase between the stepped pyramids of Jose's era and the true smooth-sided pyramids, such as the Red Pyramid, also built by Snorro, and the Great Pyramid at Giza. This period of experimentation highlights the innovative spirit of ancient Egyptian builders and their commitment to refining architectural techniques despite its distinctive shape. The bent pyramid was not abandoned or considered a failure. On the contrary, it appears to have been a functioning royal monument, complete with associated temples and a causeway. The surrounding necropolis and ancillary structures suggest that the site held significant ceremonial importance during Snefru's reign. The pyramid's enduring presence attests to its successful construction and its role in the development of Egypt's architectural legacy. The mystery of the bent pyramid continues to captivate modern audiences, serving as a reminder of the complexity and ingenuity of ancient Egyptian civilization. Whether the result of an engineering career direction or a deliberate symbolic gesture, the pyramid stands as a testament to the adaptability and creativity of its builders. Its unique design challenges conventional assumptions about pyramid construction and invites us to explore the interplay between function, symbolism, and innovation in ancient architecture. In addition to its architectural significance, the bent pyramid provides a window into the logistical challenges of pyramid construction. Building such a monumental structure required the coordination of thousands of laborers, engineers, and artisans, as well as the transportation of massive stone blocks from distant quarries. The adjustment of the angle mid construction highlights the adaptability of this workforce and their ability to overcome unforeseen obstacles. It also raises questions about the decision-making process within Snefru's administration and the extent to which the pharaoh himself was involved in shaping the project. The bent pyramid's surrounding landscape adds further intrigue. Archaeological surveys have uncovered remnants of a satellite pyramid, which may have been intended for the queen or another royal family member, as well as various temples and ceremonial structures. These findings suggest that the site was not only a burial complex, but also a center for religious and political activity. The integration of these elements reflects the multifaceted role of pyramids in ancient Egyptian society as both tombs and expressions of state power. As researchers continue to study the bent pyramid using advanced Technologies such as 3D modeling, ground-penetrating radar, and material analysis. New discoveries may shed light on its construction and purpose. These efforts not only deepen our understanding of this remarkable monument, but also contribute to the broader narrative of ancient Egypt's architectural achievements. The bent pyramid remains a powerful symbol of human ambition and ingenuity, bridging the gap between the mysteries of the past and the insights of the present. The bent pyramid also offers a fascinating comparison to Sneferu's other projects, particularly the Red Pyramid, which is considered the first successful true pyramid examining these structures. Together provides insights into the progression of architectural knowledge and the lessons learned by Sneferu's architects. The bent pyramid, with its unique shape, may have served as a stepping stone in this evolutionary process, bridging the gap between experimental designs and the perfected forms seen at Giza. The pyramid's significance extends beyond its architectural and historical context. It serves as a poignant reminder of the trial and error process inherent in human innovation. While the bent pyramid's unusual shape may initially appear as a flaw, it ultimately reflects the resilience and adaptability of its builders. It stands as a monument to the spirit of experimentation, offering valuable lessons about the interplay of creativity, practicality, and perseverance in the pursuit of greatness. As the bent pyramid continues to stand tall amidst the sands of Dashur, it invites us to reflect on the ingenuity of ancient civilizations and the enduring mysteries they left behind, whether viewed as an architectural experiment, a symbolic statement, or a testament to the challenges of construction. The bent pyramid remains a source of fascination and inspiration, a bridge between the achievements of the past and the questions of the present. Chapter 52, The Book of Though. The Book of Though, an enigmatic and legendary text attributed to the ancient Egyptian god of wisdom and writing, has captured the imagination. Scholar mystics and adventurers for centuries said to contain the secrets of the universe, powerful magical knowledge, and the ability to communicate directly with divine forces. The Book of Th represents one of the most enduring mysteries of ancient Egypt. While its existence remains speculative, the legend surrounding it offers profound insights into the cultural and spiritual beliefs of the ancient world. Ta, known as Gideon, ancient Egyptian, was a central figure in the Egyptian pantheon, revered as the god of wisdom. Writing mathematics and magic, Th was believed to have authored the sacred texts that govern the universe, depicted as an ibis-headed deity or a baboon. Th was also associated with the moon and was seen as the mediator between gods and humans. The concept of the Book of Th arises from this rich mythological backdrop, where The's role as the keeper of divine knowledge positioned him as the ultimate source of wisdom and power. According to legend, the Book of Though contains spells and knowledge that could grant its possessor mastery over the natural and supernatural worlds. It was said to reveal the secrets of the heavens, the earth, and the afterlife, providing insight into the workings of the cosmos. Among its reputed powers was the ability to speak with animals, understand the language of the gods, and even resurrect the dead. This unparalleled knowledge, however, came with great risk. The Book of Th was believed to exact a heavy price on those who dared to misuse its power, often leading to madness or death. The origins of the Book of Though are rooted in ancient Egyptian law, but its legend expanded over time through Greek, Roman, and later esoteric traditions. In the Hellenistic period, Th became associated with Hermes Trismegistus, a syncretic figure combining the attributes of Th and the Greek god Hermes. This fusion gave rise to the Hermetic tradition, which revered Th Hermes as the author of sacred text, known as the Hermetic. Ivy's writings, while not directly linked to the mythical Book of Though, perpetuated the idea of a divine source of hidden wisdom accessible only to the enlightened. Despite the allure of the book of though no physical evidence of its existence has ever been found, ancient Egyptian texts, such as the coffin texts and the Book of the Dead, contain references to spells and rituals that echo the powers attributed to the Book of Though. However, these texts are practical guides for navigating the afterlife rather than repositories of cosmic secrets. The Book of Thoth, as described in legend, remains elusive, existing more as a symbol of ultimate knowledge than as a tangible artifact. The Book of Tyche influence extends beyond ancient Egypt, shaping mystical and occult traditions in later cultures. During the Renaissance, the rediscovery of Hermetic texts inspired a resurgence of interest in ancient wisdom, magic, and alchemy. The idea of a lost, all-encompassing book of knowledge resonated with Renaissance thinkers who sought to reconcile classical learning with spiritual insight. In this context, the Book of Th became a metaphor for the pursuit of universal truth, embodying the human desire to understand the mysteries of existence. Modern interpretations of the Book of Thoth often intertwine with speculative theories about advanced ancient civilizations and extraterrestrial influence. Some proponents of alternative history suggest that the book's purported knowledge could reflect lost technologies or insights from a pre-Egyptian culture. While these ideas lack empirical support, they highlight the enduring fascination with the notion of hidden wisdom passed down through the ages. The legacy of the Book of Thoth also endures in popular culture, from novels and films to video games and tarot decks. The book is frequently portrayed as a source of ultimate power or forbidden knowledge. One notable example is the Th Tarot, created by the occultist Elisa Crowley in the early 20th century. Crowley's deck, which incorporates elements of Hermeticism and Egyptian symbolism, reflects the ongoing influence of Thoth as a figure of esoteric wisdom for historians and archaeologists. The legend of the Book of Thoth serves as a lens through which to explore the intellectual and spiritual landscape of ancient Egypt. The idea of a text containing divine secrets underscores the centrality of writing and knowledge, and Egyptian culture. Scribes, often considered followers of Th, played a crucial role in society, preserving religious, administrative, and scientific knowledge. The reverence for Th and his association with writing reflects the ancient Egyptians' belief in the transformative power of language and its ability to bridge the human and divine realms. The symbolic importance of the Book of Thoth also resonates with philosophical inquiries into the nature of wisdom and power it embodies. The tension between the desire for knowledge and the ethical responsibility of its use. Ancient Egyptian narratives about Th often emphasize his role as a mediator and guide, cautioning against the misuse of sacred knowledge. This theme, echoed in myths surrounding the Book of Thoth, highlights the universal challenges of wielding power responsibly, a concept that continues to be relevant in modern times. Beyond its mythological and cultural significance, the Book of Thoth invites speculation about the real-life inspiration behind such a concept. Some scholars propose that it represents a collective memory of important texts or collections of wisdom central to Egyptian religious practices. These could include temple archives, ceremonial manuals, or astronomical records, all of which were guarded by the priesthood and treated as sacred. While these texts might not match the fantastical descriptions of the Book of Thoth, they underscore the Egyptians' deep respect for written knowledge as a cornerstone of civilization. The narrative of the Book of Thoth also serves as a metaphor for the human quest for enlightenment. Its portrayal as an unattainable or dangerous object reflects the paradox of seeking absolute truth. The closer one approaches, the greater the potential for both revelation and peril. This duality has made the Book of Th a compelling symbol in esoteric traditions, where it represents the ultimate challenge to acquire wisdom while maintaining balance and humility. While the physical existence of the Book of Th remains unproven, its symbolic significance continues to inspire. It represents the quest for wisdom, the balance between knowledge and power, and the ethical responsibility that comes with understanding the mysteries of the universe. Whether viewed as a myth, a metaphor, or a lost treasure, the Book of Th invites us to reflect on the nature of knowledge and the enduring human aspiration to transcend the boundaries of the known world. Its enduring allure bridges the ancient and modern, reminding us of the timeless human desire to unravel the mysteries of existence. Chapter 53, The Mysterious Screaming Mummy, the discovery of the Screaming Mummy, an ancient Egyptian body with a contorted face, frozen in a screaming expression, has intrigued archaeologists and historians since its unearthing in the Deir al-Bahari necropolis. This unusual burial, with its stark departure from the serene and dignified appearances typical of Egyptian mummies, raises questions about the identity of the individual and the circumstances surrounding their death and burial. Who is this person, and what events led to their unique and unsettling preservation? The mummy, officially catalogued as Unknown Man E, was found in 1886 among a cache of royal and high status mummies in Deir al-Bahari, unlike the others whose burials adhered to the rituals and opulence of ancient Egyptian customs. The screaming mummy was interred in an unadorned Seta coffin wrapped in a sheepskin, a material considered impure in Egyptian culture. The lack of inscriptions on the coffin and the absence of grave goods added to the mystery, suggesting a deliberate deviation from traditional burial practices. One theory posits that the screaming mummy might be Prince Penta, the son of Pharaoh Ramesses III. Penna's name is tied to a notorious historical event, the Harm Conspiracy, according to ancient papyri, including the Judicial Papyrus of Turin. Members of Ramesses Th Harm, led by one of his secondary wives, T, plotted to assassinate the pharaoh and place Penta on the throne. The conspiracy ultimately failed, and its participants were captured and subjected to various punishments. Penna's punishment, described as being allowed to take his own life, aligns with the hypothesis that the screaming mummy could be his remains preserved in an atypical manner to reflect his disgraced forensic analysis. Lends credence to this theory. CT scans and other examinations of the screaming mummy reveal evidence of strangulation or asphyxiation, possibly consistent with forced or self-inflicted death. The open mouth, often interpreted as a scream, might be the result of natural postmortem processes rather than a reflection of agony at the time of death. However, the deliberate choice of burial materials and the exclusion of traditional embalming practices suggest a punitive or dishonorable burial consistent with someone condemned for treason. Another perspective considers the possibility that the screaming mummy's expression and burial were not punitive, but instead the result of unusual circumstances surrounding their death. Sudden death, perhaps from poisoning, suffocation, or another violent means, might have prevented proper mummification without the embalming. Rituals designed to relax the body and close the jaw. The mummy's facial expression could have been preserved in its natural postmortem state. Adding to the enigma is the sheepskin wrapping. In ancient Egypt, sheepskin was considered ritually impure, and its use in burial was highly unusual. This choice might signify disgrace or a deliberate break with religious conventions, further implying that the individual's burial was meant to convey shame or dishonor. Alternatively, it could indicate a non-Egyptian origin or an affiliation with groups outside the traditional Egyptian religious framework. While the theory linking the screaming mummy to Penta is compelling, other interpretations have emerged. Some suggest that the individual may have been a prisoner of war, a high-ranking official who fell from grace, or even a member of the royal court embroiled in an unknown scandal. The absence of inscriptions or identifying markers leaves their identity shrouded in mystery, fueling speculation and debate. The screaming mummy also challenges our understanding of ancient Egyptian burial practices. Egyptian society placed immense importance on the afterlife, with burial customs meticulously designed to ensure a successful journey to the next world, the deviation from these norms, in the case of the screen-scamming mummy, raises questions about how social, political, and personal transgressions influence burial practices. It underscores the interplay between religious beliefs, social hierarchies, and justice in ancient Egypt. Modern forensic techniques continue to shed light on this ancient mystery. Advances in DNA analysis, isotopic studies, and imaging technology may one day confirm the identity of the screaming mummy and provide more details about their life and death. Such findings would not only solve the riddle of unknown money, but also enrich our understanding of the complexities of ancient Egyptian society. The screaming mummy's discovery also highlights the broader historical context of the New Kingdom and its decline. The turbulent political climate of Reis III's reign, marked by internal conspiracies and external threats, reflects the fragility of power in ancient Egypt. If the screaming mummy is indeed linked to the harem conspiracy, it serves as a poignant reminder of the human ambitions, betrayals, and consequences that shaped history. The forensic evidence of a violent death underscores the personal stakes involved in the struggle for power during this period. Cultural interpretations of the screaming mummy's expression have also evolved. While modern viewers may see the open mouth as a scream, ancient Egyptians might have interpreted it differently. In their iconography and funerary art, the open mouth is sometimes associated with the opening of the mouth ritual, a ceremony intended to restore the deceased's senses for use in the afterlife. This raises intriguing possibilities about whether the expression was intentional or coincidental, and how it might have been perceived by those who buried the individual. The sheepskin, while suggestive of disgrace, could also hint at practical considerations. In some cases, materials for burial were chosen based on availability rather than strict adherence to ritual norms. This perspective invites further exploration of the economic and logistical factors influencing burial practices in ancient Egypt. The combination of non-traditional materials and the lack of embalming raises questions about whether the burial was hastily conducted or deliberately stripped of ceremonial elements as a form of posthumous punishment. As researchers delve deeper into the mystery of the screaming mummy, its story continues to captivate the imagination. The mummy's unique condition and enigmatic burial stand as a testament to the complexity of human history, where personal narratives intersect with broader cultural and political forces. Whether a disgraced prince, a victim of conspiracy, or an unknown figure caught in extraordinary circumstances, the screaming mummy's silent scream echoes through the ages, challenging us to uncover the truths hidden in the sands of time. Chapter 54. The true purpose of obelisks. The obelisks of ancient Egypt stand as towering testaments to the ingenuity and spiritual devotion of one of the world's most enduring civilizations. These monumental stone pillars, characterized by their tapering form and pyramidon-topped peak, are traditionally associated with the sun god, Ra, and the concept of divine kingship. However, their precise purpose remains a subject of ongoing debate. Were obelisks solely symbolic solar markers aligned with celestial phenomena, or might they have served additional, more practical or esoteric functions? The symbolic connection between obelisks and the sun god Ra is well documented in Egyptian mythology. The obelisk represented a petrified ray of sunlight and was often erected in pairs at the entrances of temples. These structures were thought to channel the sun's energy and reaffirm the pharaoh's role as the intermediary between the gods and humanity. The pyramidon at the apex of each obelisk was typically gilded or covered in electrum, allowing it to reflect sunlight brilliantly and enhance its symbolic association with Ra. One of the earliest known obelisks is the Heliopolis obelisk, attributed to Pharaoh Sennar, the first of the Middle Kingdom. Heliopolis, a major religious center dedicated to Ra, served as a focal point for solar worship and the placement of obelisks in this sacred city underscores their connection to the sun, yet beyond their religious significance, obelisks were also marvels of engineering carved from single blocks of granite, typically sourced from the quarries of Aswan. Transporting and directing these colossal monuments require advanced knowledge of physics and logistics. Reflecting the Egyptians' mastery of construction techniques, some scholars argue that obelisks functioned as solar markers aligned with celestial events, such as solstices and equinoxes. Their vertical form and precise placement may have allowed ancient Egyptians to track the movement of the sun and chart agricultural cycles. In this context, obelisks could be seen as both spiritual and practical tools, bridging the realms of the divine and the mundane. The shadow cast by an obelisk might have served as a sundial, providing a means of measuring time or signaling seasonal changes critical for agricultural planning. More speculative theories propose that obelisks might have been ancient energy conductors or devices of a more esoteric nature. Proponents of these ideas often draw parallels between the electromagnetic properties of granite and the pyramidon reflective materials, suggesting that obelisks could have harnessed or amplified natural energy. While these theories lack empirical evidence, they highlight the enduring fascination with the possibility that ancient civilizations possess knowledge or technologies now lost to history. Another perspective considers obelisks as symbols of eternal life and resurrection. The Egyptians believed that the pyramidon-pointed shape facilitated a connection between the earthly and divine realms, guiding the soul of the deceased toward the heavens. This interpretation aligns with the broader architectural and artistic themes of ancient Egypt, where structures and symbols were often imbued with layered meanings that intertwine the physical and metaphysical. The relocation of many obelisks to Rome and other parts of the world during the Roman Empire further complicates our understanding of their original context. The Romans, enamored with Egyptian culture, transported obelisks as trophies of conquest and re-erected them in their cities, often repurposing their symbolism to align with Roman ideals. Today, obelisks stand in prominent locations such as St. Peter's Square in Vatican City and the Place de la Concorde in Paris, testifying to their enduring allure and the layers of meaning attributed to them over centuries. Recent technological advancements have enabled archaeologists to study obelisks with greater precision vision, shedding light on their construction methods and potential alignments. Ground-penetrating radar 3D modeling and material analysis offer insights into the tools and techniques used by ancient Egyptians, while astronomical studies explore the possibility of intentional alignments with celestial events. These approaches continue to refine our understanding of the Mosaic rules obelisks may have played. Despite these advancements, the true purpose of obelisks remains elusive, inviting speculation and interpretation. Were they primarily religious symbols, celebrating the sun god and the pharaoh's divine authority? Did they serve as practical tools for marking time and space, integrating spirituality with agricultural and civic life? Or might they have encapsulated knowledge that transcended their apparent simplicity, hinting at a deeper understanding of the natural world? The enduring mystery of obelisks underscores their significance as both cultural artifacts and symbols of human aspiration. These towering monuments, bridging earth and sky, invite us to ponder the ingenuity and beliefs of the civilization that created them. Whether seen as solar markers, conduits of divine energy, or expressions of eternal life, obelisks continue to inspire awe and curiosity, standing as enduring legacies of ancient Egypt's quest to harmonize the mortal and the eternal. Obelisks also served as markers of royal achievement and power, their inscriptions often commemorating significant events or glorifying the reigns of the pharaohs who commissioned them. By inscribing these monoliths with hieroglyphic texts, rulers could immortalize their deeds and solidify their legacy. The narratives carved into obelisks also served as public declarations of divine favor, reinforcing The pharaoh's authority is chosen by the gods. These inscriptions provide modern scholars with valuable insights into the political and religious dynamics of ancient Egypt. Their association with monumental temple complexes further emphasizes their significance. Obelisks were typically placed at the entrances of temples, framing the sacred spaces within and creating a sense of grandeur. Their towering presence drew the eyes upward, symbolically connecting the terrestrial and celestial realms. This architectural strategy reinforced the spiritual atmosphere of the temple precincts and underscored the central role of religion in Egyptian society. The logistical challenges of constructing and erecting obelisks highlight the sophistication of ancient Egyptian engineering. The granite used to carve these structures was quarried hundreds of kilometers away in Aswan and transported along the Nile River. The precise methods used to shape, transport, and raise these monoliths remain a topic of study and admiration. Experimental archaeology has sought to replicate these processes, providing insights into the tools and techniques employed by ancient workers. The unfinished obelisk at Aswan, still lying in its quarry bed, offers a unique glimpse into the obelisk construction process. This massive monument, abandoned due to cracks in the granite, reveals the methods used to carve these structures directly from the bedrock. Its sheer size, estimated to weigh over 1,000 tons, underscores the ambition and technical prowess of the builders, while its incomplete state serves as was a testament to the challenges they faced. In addition to their religious and symbolic roles, obelisks may have played a practical role in navigation. Their towering heights and distinctive shapes made them visible landmarks in the landscape, potentially aiding travelers and river navigators position near temples and important urban centers. Obelisks could have served as guideposts, reinforcing their presence as markers of both sacred and secular significance. The continued fascination with obelisks reflects their timeless appeal and the layers of meaning they embody as enduring symbols of ancient Egypt. They bridge the gap between the past and present, inviting us to explore the intersection of art, science, religion, and human ambition. Whether viewed through the lens of history, archaeology, or cultural symbolism, obelisks remain profound expressions of humanity's quest to understand and connect with the cosmos. Chapter 55, the alignment of the pyramids. The Great Pyramids of Giza, among the most iconic monuments of ancient Egypt, are renowned not only for their immense scale and architectural grandeur, but also for their extraordinary alignment with the cardinal points. The precision of this alignment, with the pyramids oriented almost perfectly to true north, south, east, and west, has puzzled and fascinated researchers for centuries. How did the ancient Egyptians achieve such remarkable accuracy? Theories range from the use of advanced surveying tools to sophisticated astronomical observations, each offering insights into the ingenuity of this ancient civilization. The cardinal alignment of the pyramids is particularly striking given the lack of modern technology available to the ancient Egyptians. The Great Pyramid of Khufu, for instance, is aligned to within a fraction of a degree of true north, a level of precision that rivals or exceeds many modern constructions. This feat suggests a deep understanding of geometry, astronomy, and engineering. One widely accepted theory posits that the Egyptians relied on astronomical observations to achieve this precision. By tracking the movements of celestial bodies, such as the stars and the sun, they could determine the cardinal directions with remarkable accuracy. One proposed method involves the use of the circumpolar stars that never set below the horizon and are visible throughout the night. By observing the rotation of these stars around the celestial pole, ancient surveyors could establish a true north reference. The alignment would have been refined by marking the positions of the stars at regular intervals and calculating their midpoints. The rising and setting of the sun also provided a reliable means of determining east and west. Ancient Egyptian priests and engineers may have used a gay man, a simple vertical stick to observe the shadow. It cast at different times of the day, the shortest shadow would indicate the direction of true north at noon, while the points where the sun rose and set on the horizon could define the east-west axis. These observations, combined with meticulous measurements and calculations, could have allowed the Egyptians to align the pyramids with astonishing accuracy. Another theory suggests that the Egyptians employed advanced surveying tools to complement their astronomical observations tools, such as plumb bobs. Sighting rods could help align structures along a straight line. The combination of these tools with observational techniques would have enabled the Egyptians to lay out their monument. All constructions with extraordinary precision, the role of geometry and mathematics in pyramid alignment cannot be overlooked. The Egyptians had a sophisticated understanding of geometry, as evidenced by their use of right angles and proportional relationships in architecture. The layout of the pyramids likely involved the establishment of a baseline and the use of geometric principles to divide the site into precise quadrants. The accuracy of this process would have depended on the expertise of the surveyors and their ability to maintain consistency across large distances. One intriguing possibility is that the alignment of the pyramids also reflects religious or symbolic considerations. The orientation toward true north may have been intended to connect the pyramids with the celestial realm, aligning them with the imperishable stars that represented eternity and the afterlife in Egyptian cosmology. This alignment would have reinforced the pyramids' role as gateways to the divine, linking the earthly and celestial worlds. Despite the compelling evidence for astronomical and surveying methods, some researchers have proposed alternative explanations. These include the possibility that the Egyptians used magnetic compasses or other advanced instruments, now lost to history. However, there is no direct evidence to support these claims, and they remain speculative. The precision of the pyramid's alignment also raises broader questions about the organization and resources of ancient Egyptian society. Achieving such accuracy would have required not only technical knowledge, but also a highly coordinated workforce and efficient communication among planners, surveyors, and builders. The construction of the pyramids reflects the remarkable administrative and logistical capabilities of the Old Kingdom, showcasing the ability of this ancient civilization to mobilize resources and talent on an unprecedented scale. Modern studies using satellite imagery, GPS, and other advanced technologies have confirmed the accuracy of the pyramids' alignment further, highlighting the achievements of their builders. These studies also provide new opportunities to explore how the Egyptians might have refined their techniques over time, adapting and improving their methods with each successive project. Ultimately, the alignment of the pyramids remains a testament to the ingenuity and ambition of ancient Egypt, whether achieved through careful observation of the stars, the use of surveying tools, or a combination of methods. The precision of their orientation reflects a deep connection between the physical and spiritual worlds. It invites us to marvel at the achievements of a civilization that thousands of years ago reached for the heavens and left behind monuments that continue to inspire wonder and admiration today.